Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gat, your host. This is somewhat of a part 2. This is about the new moon, March 6, 2019, 11 a.m. in the morning in Pisces. So I did a video explaining the new moon, how it will affect you, that particular new moon. And now what you see is a request by two people, and I've done their natal charts together with different moons or transits in the middle. So in the middle is the new moon. That's what it looks like. That's the transit chart for the new moon, also called a space chart. On the left is the person that requested this reading. She requested the forecast for the entire 2019. And on the right is the person that requested the new moon. What's going on in the universe, just so everybody knows, is the universe is moving more and more into collective. And what's happening is a lot of people are still into meism. And so they're not getting it. Because as long as you're into meism, you're disconnecting yourself from where the universe is going. It's collectivism. The collective consciousness is where the universe is attempting its best to go. A movie the universe keeps sending my way that I'm telling people to really listen to, watch it. It's on YouTube. Is a trial of Billy Jack. That's over 3 hours long, and I watched it all the way up to, because I grew up on Billy Jack as a child, but I watched it all the way to Billy Jack was on a run, and they had the military and the law had invaded the school to try to catch him, and he's with his twin mate or his soulmate, and that's his woman. That was his woman in real life as well. And that's why I decided to stop it. Sometimes I don't want to know the ending because I thought I had seen enough. But I did watch all of it. It's excellent for metaphysics, spiritualism. Like I said, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If you detach yourself from the universe, or if you use the universe just for selfish reasons, you're not gonna do well. I keep telling you, the bubblegum astrology is about the pop, and the more you stay in line with the universe and how these planets are moving, in the asteroid, everything's more going to the collective. And in that movie, that Billy Jack movie I told you to watch, the trial of Billy Jack, you see the young people taking over, and they're using technology to do it. And it's kind of what you're seeing out here on YouTube, maybe other websites as well. But the younger ones are, because that's all about the age of Aquarius, and the technology, the waking up, the youth not wanting to make the same mistakes their parents made, with selfishness and greed and racial division and lies and everything. So that's why I say that's where the universe is going. So a lot of people are going crazy because these moons are turning people crazy. You had a blood moon, full moons, and 0 degrees, and a lot of people are just, because what happens if you have the potential to step on a righteous course, there will be negative energy to try to keep you on a negative course, and you'll have problems at your job. You might have problems with family, problems in a relationship. But if you continue to think on that, you're actually defeating yourself. That's why when you deal with the archangels and Doreen Virtue and sacred scribes, angel numbers, they're always telling you about think optimistically. Think about what you would like to happen as opposed to what's going on. Set your intentions. And I told you on that this is why it's important for you to watch the last new moon video, because I showed you how to do it, to set your intentions with the new moon. So that was part 1. This is part 2. Part 2 will be pretty much just going in, explaining these charts, making the points. So I hope people take that to heart, what I just got finished saying. Enjoying the universe. The universe is no longer just going to allow selfishness, materialism, and just people doing whatever they want to. And unfortunately, I hate to tell you this, but some of the people you may look up to, they're going to be getting it too, because they're out of harmony with the universe. So some of your role models have preached a very anti-spiritual, anti-universal message, and they're going to be also affected adversely by what's about to happen. Best thing to do, deal with people like me, the experts. Don't manipulate the space, the horoscopes, the astrology. Don't try to manipulate it for your own selfish purposes. And when you get something from the universe, make sure, what's my purpose? Why am I here? What's this all about? What should I be doing in harmony with the universe is telling me? Not what I want the universe to do for me, or how can I benefit from the situation. All right. Now, I actually had started this video last night, but it didn't go too well, especially when I tried to get the conjunction. Because we're going to really be looking at the chart in the middle, because that's your new moon chart. And that is the master of any natal chart or any space chart at that time. Because as above, so below. So when you look in the middle, you're looking at what will be above during the new moon, March 6th, 2019, 11 a.m. Now if somebody is saying, oh, well, what is a new moon? What does it mean? Then go to part 1. All that was explained. View this as part 2. All right. So now the ascendant and the east point. The east point is called the heart of the sun, or the ego of the sun. And this is the first house because you have the east point and the AC in it. But it's also the 12th house because of Gemini. So this is going to be dealing with past life and present life. Now, Gemini is the thinker. Gemini deals with short journeys, younger ones, younger education, short journeys, creativity, the brotherhood, a person's siblings, publishings. Gemini is a master multitasker, a master thinker. Now, the ascendant is when the sun went over the horizon when this person was born. So the first house, which is also in this case your rising sign through the ascendant of Gemini, so the world would perceive this person as that, a multitasker, creative, thoughtful, maybe liking to communicate but not liking to go too deep. Gemini doesn't like to go too deep. Short distance travel. Publishing. Things having to do with children. So if somebody was looking at the rising sign, that pretty much would describe what that rising sign would be. A conjunction takes two items and creates like a third with the two energies. So a conjunction would be like a third energy, ascendant, part of fortune, and then the energy created by this conjunction. So far that's all for Gemini. And since you have Juno there, so Geminis may experience some type of serious relationship or some type of serious relationship offer with Juno. But Gemini also is about communications and thought. So it might be some type of serious thought or communications about a serious relationship. And ironically, the number 3 is right there with the East point. And 3 usually means creativity and children, because Gemini deals with children as well. But the number 3 could also mean not too serious and lacking maturity. So the person would have to be careful of that if they're going after a Gemini or if they are a Gemini. Because if they're looking for we'll look at it a little bit more, but see, Gemini tends to be short term, which means even if they imply they want something serious, they still may tap out if things start to go the way they don't like it. And that's basically what the number 3 is saying, because remember, the East point represents the ego, ego, the sign of the ego. So this person may love fun, their form of creativity, novels, things of that nature, but they may not have the maturity to really get serious. And that's what Juno is looking for. But now Juno is at 9 degrees and that's Virgo. Now Virgo energy represents the 6th house of the home. And that's about health and service. But the Hermit is not really an isolationist. The Hangman is an isolationist. The Hermit will come out with people, but has his own light that it goes to. And if somebody was to say, oh, this guy got his own whatever, but this person has learned that light or that experience from things they've learned in life. So number 9 is a hermit, but a hermit is not necessarily an isolationist, but it is a person who is not going to let somebody else identify life. They're going to go with their experience. They're going to go with their life has taught them, and they're going to use that information to amazingly become illuminated. So part of fortune, we're going to take a look at that. And like I said, if you're listening, what you will be doing is taking information down, because you may have a Gemini in your life, and we're giving that information. And the first house is also ruled by Aries, so Aries may also be affected by that Gemini energy. So part of fortune in the first house, you came into this life to be independent without harming or living in disdain of others' beliefs. Highly competitive, you like the game of challenge and the thrill of the win. But you must win honestly without cheating. Now, for first house part of fortune, and this is in Gemini, your opposing position is the seventh house, and you must not become entangled in dependent relationships. You can be loving, supportive, and caring and loyal without becoming dependent on the love from another of your happiness. So Gemini in the first house, and it's a little off, but Gemini is in the seventh house. All right, so we already did the ascendant, rising sign, and then part of fortune is talking about independence. So now we want to know a little bit about that number 23. All right, so we're looking at the number 23. This would be a diplomatic person, a creative person. And the number 23 is about freedom, sensuality, and interest. So the number 3 can be logical. So number 23 may struggle with taking some time alone to develop her projects and make her feet on the ground longer for a few minutes. Number 23 connects to the letter W. So that number 23 is still dealing with the twin flame. That's why they're both together with the ascendant. But if somebody's going to help this person, Gemini energy, be more complete. Because 23 is like just a diplomatic number. It's a wise number, but it's more. They said something about spiritual and mystical, but essentially it's just that number 23 is a person who's going to help you be complete. But it could be chaos. But the reason why I'm being very careful saying that, because it's just not enough information. So essentially it's somebody coming into your life that would help you be more complete. But again, it's primarily Gemini energy. And possibly Aquarius. Possibly. So, as I said, I'll be doing this different ways. But I really want to go around this chart for every zodiac sign. So that's why I always pay attention. Because it's just human nature to say, well, what does this got to do with me? But that's how people are, in my opinion, they're screwing themselves. Because we're going collective. So it's not going to be about you no more. And that's just a matter of time. Like, even if it was, that's about to phase out. And that's why I said, all I can tell you, this is the best way I can tell you. When Messiah came to, allegedly, Jerusalem, when you believe their holy writings, that's how it was. He was trying to tell them where the universe was going. That's why the Messiah is associated with the star up above. Astrology, Matthew 2 and 2. For the most part, the people thought it was going to be same old, same old. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, they're going to kill him. He didn't really do anything. But hey, we'll go on. Life is going to go on. But, as you see, just like he said, on its way to the cross, you and your city's about to be destroyed. And it took the universe about 37 years to do it fully. But even after that, they had war, turmoil, revolts, war. And then finally, they were wiped off the map. So it's going to be kind of like that this time. Because the universe isn't joking. Like, it has to go back to the collective. That's why that one movie, The Trial of Billy Jack, that's what it was all about. They were beginning, especially the young people, they were beginning to work collectively again and go back into the creativity. The number 3, the Empress. Art, music, self-expression. Still working together as a team. And that would be a Gemini energy. But also having your own individual personality as well. And the older people that were trying to keep the order, status quo, even if it meant racism or killing people and all that, they eventually got wiped out. So that's what they mean by chaos. So that's this number 23. And again, that's what the number 3 has to do as well, with the creativity. And even 2 would be the couple, like 2 3s. And even Virgo energy walks by its own light. It's an isolate. Virgo is not a. The Hermit is the number 9 card. Tarot. He walks by his own light. He'll go out in public, but he's a hermit because he ain't going by nobody's. thought. And if you think about the sign Aquarius, that's how Aquarius is. So it's kind of like a shakeup, and this is communications. And remember, Mercury, planet Mercury, rules Gemini and Virgo. So that's why you see Virgo there, 9 degrees, Virgo energy. The Hermit card is Virgo energy. So this is what you call a Mercury shakeup. So you might have some communicative shakeups, or somebody might just come out the blue and just tell you something that kind of shakes you up, because that's the whole chaos part and stuff like that. It's kind of like when because you're dealing with the ego, with the East Point, that's the ego. It's kind of like when somebody just shakes you off your high horse, or you shake somebody off their high horse, like a reality check. And now we'll look at those other two numbers, the 40s. I'm going to see if they're both for 44. I got to get a bigger copy of this middle chart. So give me a second. I'm pulling it up right now. Interesting. So they're both at 44. And then they hit it again with 44. Because it's 23 degrees, 44 minutes. And it's 44 minutes in the very next chart as well. So they got something going on with that number 44. 44 is like a superior master number. See, what I try to teach everybody is, they think, maybe there's other ways and things like that, but there's really not. Because your leaders, your powers that be, know all about astrology, even if they act like they don't. But all you gotta do is look at the dollar bill. That's why they got stars over it or whatever. Look at your money. They got the Egyptian pyramid, man, the all-seeing eye. So they know all about astrology and stuff like that. So, oh no, that's not astrology. That's the colonies, the 13 colonies before it became the 50 states in the United States. And I go, oh, okay, oh, that's interesting. Why did they use stars to represent them? They could use people, animals. They could use anybody. So why they use stars? So the more you learn this stuff and break it down, you'll understand the universe will have its way. So essentially what you're being told is some type of shakeup is en route from planet Mercury or Thoth or Hermes, the Egyptian, the person they all worship, these secret societies and the people that run your government, whether you believe it or not. It's kind of like if somebody got murdered and you said the gang, the so-and-so gang did it. And they say, oh, how do you know that? We don't believe you. But they left their big symbol right on it, like at the murder scene, their big whatever, what color or what the first letter of the gang. But you still want to say they didn't do it. Because you remember with the murders that Charles Manson kind of gave the order. They finally found one fingerprint. Because they didn't know how they really got away. They claimed they got away. But all of a sudden they found one bloody fingerprint. And through that one fingerprint, they traced it back to one of Charles Manson's followers, began arresting people, breaking them down. They began ratting out Manson and ratting out his whole little cult. And then they brought him to justice. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the fingerprint of Mercury Thoth is right there. And it's a fingerprint that's basically collaboration, but also possible chaos or devastation. And if you understand Egyptology, chaos means sex. Whether you guys know that or not. So this is what you're looking at in this first house. And 44, getting back to my point, that's why Barack Obama was a 44th president, because he traces back to Akhenaten. It was Pharaoh Akhenaten that gave us the religion. Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They all came out of Akhenaten, believe it or not. Syria, Antioch, Syria. That's what I always talk about, Syria in your news. In your Bible, it says it was in Syria that they were in Antioch, Syria. They were first called Christians. And then Paul was on a road to Damascus, Syria, when he got struck with the light, that bright light, which is that great angel, which I'm also telling you is Thoth. And this is why to this day, a lot of people say that Apostle Paul was a government informant because of reasons like that. I'm not saying he was. I'm just saying the more you study, the more you see interesting facts. And if you're listening, this may have something to do with your government as well. But it's too early in the reading to say that yet. But I know when I first did this reading on part 1, I was in the 10th house. And the 10th house does represent your authorities or your governments. So now we're going to look at number 44, not from an esoteric definition, which would take you back to Egypt probably. We're going to look at it from a numerological definition. $44 all about the business, building something to benefit many generations. Okay, to benefit many generations. So that's the collective. $44 is going to focus on effective and conscientious business building. $44 builds for both the present and the future. It wants to be rewarded for its work, and it's going to have a positive effect on the future. So that means the person you're meeting, they may help you get whatever. And again, we got to say it. It's still going to be for Gemini, possibly Aries energy. So they keep associating that number primarily with business, maybe finance. So it's too early to really speculate. But again, like both these people have had their chart done at the same time before. So some of the stuff I say that they've heard me say it before. But this could be a sugar daddy situation, sugar mama situation. Could be your employment. That's why even with you might have problems at the job, but that's why when you tap back into the universe, you start focusing on the material world, because it could change overnight. And I mean that's a tough one. Like you've had people to get mad and they actually quit, and then once they get home and that reality sits in, they be like, "What the hell did I just do? How am I gonna get my bills paid?" So remember, messing around with 23, which can be a chaotic number. So we really got to watch what we say. And we don't want to just jump into situations. And that's one thing about number 3. It's the Empress. She knows how to cultivate and build. And that's at each point. And number 9 is also wisdom, which 23 is wisdom too. But 9 is he knows from experience. Like guys like me, we just know certain things. Like somebody just told me, I want to let I just want to let my dark side come out. I'm getting sick of this. I want to let my evil side happen. And I said, okay, go fine. Because I'm looking at Billy Jack. He's a perfect example of somebody that was whipped. That's what the trial of Billy Jack was about. They were trying to tell him, listen, you can't rise higher in consciousness. You think just because you fight for a righteous reason, that makes it right. You're still a very violent person. So he was speaking to like people in the higher dimensions, and they're like, we don't want to meet you. We don't want to know you. You can't meet us yet. You got to learn how to pull your dark side out, look at it, and tame it. You're no different than the guy you're beating up, Billy. Violence is the answer. Violence is the answer for him, and violence is the answer for you. So until you can learn that violence ain't the answer for Billy, you can never ascend. And they were like, he should have known better because he had an Indian background. So you have to let people know we can all make choices. But I'm telling you, the power is in what you're seeing me do. Gotta just learn how to trust the universe. One step at a time. Stop trying to get it all. Stop trying to be selfish. Stop trying to make it all about you. Because that's the message coming through Gemini. So we have no idea what's being built in this first house with Gemini. But we know we see Juno, which is a serious relationship. And Juno, see what you're looking at is almost like Juno conjunct Saturn in Gemini. Because Juno wants to get married or be serious, and Saturn is going to use the rifle. He's like the father with the rifle, the shotgun marriage. So with all these 44s and 23s, that's kind of like what you're looking at. But they're flirting with chaos for some reason, and it's just too early to tell. And that's why I said they're encouraging you to be more like me. See, I'm more like see, Virgos are the powerful people in my family. They're all Virgos. But a Virgo is the hermit. He'll go out in public, but he's going out based on what he's learned. He's got his own light. So no matter what those people are talking about, he could give a crap less about it. Because he knows most of that stuff is idealism. Most of that's a bunch of crap. Most of that's political rhetoric. Most of that's just purely garbage. So the hermit knows how to go out and be with those people, but not necessarily become associated with their belief system, which is fallacy. The hermit knows how to do the light of experience, which kind of tells him to keep to himself. But he's still going to go out in public, but he's not going to get down with none of these situations. So you got a lot going on in that first house, and more may come out. So the first thing you might want to do is where's your Gemini at? Well, to the left, that is the third house. Her chart is in perfect harmony with the universe. First house is Aries, like it should be. Second house, Taurus. So her third house of communications and everything we said, brotherhood, siblings, that's basically a possibility. And I think she has a person in her life, or had a person in her life that was a Gemini energy. So some of that might relate to that person. When you go to the second person, it's the house of finance and the house of finance will also go in that. And that's why we warn her to be very careful, because you don't want to do something that messes up the finances. Bills have got to be paid. So first we're going to look at the number 46, because in her second house is Gemini, and it's 46 minutes. Oh, and there's a bird. I got to show her that because she keeps seeing birds. This is going to flip her out. Give me a moment. I just got to do this. Give me one more moment. I'll be right with you. All right. So again, 46 still saying building a secure future foundation, but it represents self-determination and self-sufficiency. Saying number 46 is comfortable being alone, pursuing its own purpose, but it does appreciate its family and contributes to the family security. So it looks out for itself and its family. So they're more connected to their family. "46 is self-sufficient, goes about its own business, pursues its own goals." But the goals always have to do with building a secure future and a foundation for the future. So I'm gonna double check that is number 46. Yeah, it is for her second chart. Her chart to the right is 13 and 46, and her AC is 13 too. And we know 13 is the mystical number of the darkness, usually the divine feminine, or the 13th house of the universe, which is Ophiuchus, the healer, the healing serpent is 13. In John chapter 13, you'll notice it mentioned in the night after Judas goes out to betray Jesus, and also John 13 is a serpent, Satan, a serpent entering Judas is John 13, and John 13 is John the beloved with his head on Jesus's breast, which also goes very feminine. But the breast is always the birthing spot, and it's for the baby to nourish itself on. So number 13 also is pragmatism, which really, anytime you hear the word pragmatism, you can call it Capricornian energy, or employment energy, or self-employment energy, because that seems to be the way they're using 13 and 46. Because it says building a secure foundation for the future. So they may be telling her under this new moon, you might be that bird, because sometimes a bird has to be put out. Because if they don't leave, they'll never go. So the bird has to put out. So they may be kind of pushing her to just accept the fact that you will fly. If you are forced out or pushed out or voluntarily jump out the window, you will fly, because it's on your chart to be able to sustain yourself and your family. And again, it's a new moon. See, it's always times to come out with new business ideas. See, this is why I keep trying to tell people, like the stuff I do. What I do is really collective. It's a lot of me talking, a lot of my work or whatever, but I'm doing it to a whole lot of people, and then I have other people listening. And that was the greatness about what I do, because a lot of people didn't like what I was saying, so they took off. Because I went from, really, I was up there, thousands of people just left. Didn't like how I said it or whatever. They wanted me to do typical lovey-dovey stuff and talk to you like you're a child or a teenager when you're a grown adult, and I don't do that. So they took off. But there's still people learning, and even at this particular time, there's a whole lot of people contacting me. Because you have to understand, you might live in a neighborhood where there's tons of houses, and you might only got like 3 or 4 people to help you with your lawn and help you with your houses, but they really work. So people come in your neighborhood, they might see other people that have like 30 people in the yard at one time getting everything together. But your yard looks just as good with only them 4 people. Because those 4 people are just as dependable and zealous. So that's how, never underestimate God. And God, this is the God who told Gideon to get rid of 3,000 men and left it down to 300 and still overthrew the enemy. So God don't worry about numbers. So when you're really true to this universe and stuff, you'll get there. But not at first. That's why I say you have to really grow with astrology, but you have to do it the right way. But what I am saying is this person, there may be a chance that she's being pushed to get to that level. Like, I was proud of her because she got pushed and she finally sent the email with substance. Not that she hasn't done it before, but that's what, when you're going through something, it's the wine press. It's called Gethsemane. This is why Jesus broke down in Gethsemane, and then the angel came down to help him because he was wine pressed. It's like somebody stomping you out. Your grapes on the ground and they're just stomping you out, trying to get the wine out. It's the wine press. So now he was sweating blood, because sometimes that's what it takes so you can heal, because otherwise you keep protecting yourself. And you hear me tell her that all the time. That's the chart on the right. So much potential, but it's the pain she doesn't want to deal with. And on her chart, all I saw was love. Now I do want to explain that too. On your natal chart, you're going to have to accept one fact. Your twin flame is not separated from you. It's just that in third dimension, y'all are in two different bodies. And that person in third dimension, because they don't want to grow up and they don't want to deal with it, they're separated from you. See, my roles are separated from me. Ain't nothing I can do about it. And because if it ain't real, I don't want it, because I'm sick of the heartbreaks. So I'm cool with it. I'm glad, because I don't want to have to deal with toxic situations and toxic people. I'm sick of it. I just had a drama queen come home, and the moment she got here, she destroyed everything. Systematically destroyed everything. Messed my schedule up, messed the money up, messed up everything. Not here for a full day, and drama queen and took back over. So I don't need more. I already got enough. But on your chart, your higher self, your twin flame, is still helping you. That's why your chart is written with duality. You say, listen, I don't believe that twin flame crap. I spent my whole life on this planet and I never met my twin. But they were with you all the time. There is no separated. Third dimensional is a matrix. You're yourself. You could never be separated from yourself. Your twin flame is yourself. Well, I would have wanted to feel love and all that. But that's why I tell you guys. And they don't listen. They're all running all over the internet being groupies. That every twin flame video that comes out, thousands of people are being groupies. It's not about you connecting with that person. Because if it was, y'all would connect. That's why in my case, they put that person with me all the time. And we still didn't connect. Because it wasn't about us connecting. But it was about raising my awareness to what twin flames is. Which greatly helped me out with what I do. And it helps everybody else out that does listen. But it wasn't about me and her ever being together. And that's why it never happened. And that's why anytime it looked like we was going to try to get past it, either she didn't want it or I didn't want it. Or something else came and broke us up. So when you raise up and understand your purpose to the universe, you will get better. And when you do get better, then somebody will show up, is what you're saying in this first house with Gemini. Somebody will show up, whoever it is, your twin or your soulmate or somebody, to help you move on. But you have to learn how to let the universe tell you, not you tell the universe. Don't come to the universe to steal. What about me? What about my life? What about my money? What about my love? What about my agenda? Because that me, that selfishness, that's what the universe is going to have to send back to you. So this person at the second house is being pushed to their reality. That all these gifts you got, that you kind of, I believe you have gifts that you kind of are blocking because you don't want to deal with pain. But in order to go where you need to go, to your spiritual gifts, you got to go through that. You got to go into the underworld. That's why the sun sign is Scorpio. You got to go down into the deep. And then you got to ascend out with what you pull out from the deep. Now somebody just told me something kind of crazy. Cause I don't know how that system, but I heard somebody else tell me the similar stuff. So then I get my emails. So I'm on 2 different channels. So she didn't know about my other channel. So she heard me mention it. So she asked me where it was. I told her, and she said the moment she went there, all my other emails popped up. That's interesting. All right. So they say number 13 is a realist. It expresses itself creatively to encourage acceptance or understanding of its goals, but pursues the goals in a pragmatic manner. So they want to make you know that this is telling you the meaning of number 13, not the symbolism. Because we've already covered that. That's Oprah Yukas, the darkness of the divine feminine, esoteric, mystical. But sometimes you just need to know the meaning of the number, which we just covered. And remember, that also goes to number 4, which could be earthy or Capricornian, because Capricornian is earthy, earth signs. So yeah, in her case, it looks like somebody somewhere is trying to push her to rely more on herself as far as laying a solid foundation. Not telling her to be anti-collective. That's not what that is about. Because she's going through situations now where I think she's hoping that the collective at her place of employment does things a certain way, and they're basically not going to do it, which is making her feel a certain way. So in cases like that, you have no choice but to rely on your own belief, your own confidence. And it's going to be nurturing for her at Kyrus 13 degrees. All right, now the True North node. Now I want to make sure I got that number right, so I got to pull this chart up again. True North node is at Cancer at 25 degrees and 44. So we didn't know what 44 is, but now we're looking at the family. But that is the second house. So it doesn't necessarily just have to be family just because it's Cancer. It's teenage to adult education, land and property or real estate, your family ancestors, the woman who raised you when you were little in the mother capacity. That's Imam Kweli. And right now, even Terry Nasan told me, right now it's going to be all about the mother this week. And it's funny because my mother she's going through something. But she was sitting there and I was looking at her. And I'm up on the step. And I said, "What's that in your left hand?" She's like, "What? There's nothing in my left hand." But it looked like her left hand was red. And so I did some checking. The left hand is maternal, which represents the feminine side of the moon. And also, it's like the blood moon. But what that really means is the children of the moon. But I don't want to get too much into that in this video. But I will tell you this. The Old Testament, the so-called Hebrews, they were under the law of the moon. Because see, the woman, and the moon is feminine. The woman gives the law. Whereas the New Testament represents the sun or the right hand, which is masculine, or this Messiah. So what I was being told was, whatever your mother's going through is in perfect harmony with the universe. So don't be upset, don't be mad. And at the same time, yesterday, this black cat kept circling our house. But again, right away people get afraid, but the black cat is not necessarily telling you something bad. So I looked at that again, and again, the black cat also verified. So now let's look at what the number 29 means. And remember, this is going to be in the second house. So this is still going to do with your money and your finances. But in her second house, you see it. She's got the Curious asteroid. So it's like the divine feminine or the motherly figure is coming in for some reason. And remember, the second house is ruled by Taurus, the bull, but he's ruled by planet Venus. So this is still a divine feminine. Add to number 25. It's intuition, a person who thinks things through. But it could also be relationships, companionships, but also personal freedom. And it also is introspective, okay, going inside. But this is a person who can analyze and consider. But again, that would be Virgo energy again, because that's what Virgo does. But 25 is also spiritual. See, remember they say Jesus was born on the 25th, so I'm getting that Virgo, Mother Mary, and baby Jesus energy. So that could be twin flame, or it might be somebody who has children who's, concerned with their family, their children. But 25 is always looking for wisdom. And they say every new thing discovered about itself, because it's funny that this is going to be under a new moon. So 25 also can be private, but it could also be teamwork, companionship, spirit of cooperation. So again, when you see that, so this is a person who's got things going on inside, but they're willing to open up to this person for teamwork. So yeah, so they kind of are the person on the right. They're really trying to get inside of her, to go deeper inside of her. And the point of being made is like they got to attack something you care about. Otherwise, because you wouldn't care. But when it's something you care about, you are going to get emotional. You're going to open up because you care about it. But the moment you open up, they can go deeper. Because they are going to make it come out. Just like sometimes when you're sick, throwing up is the best thing you can do. They say, oh, that's disgusting. Oh, they didn't make it to the bathroom. They threw up all over the place. Oh, that's so disgusting. But it might have been disgusting, but it was still necessary for that person to heal. Because as far as a person on the right is concerned, that's what's going on. And that's why I try to tell people, don't keep looking at twin flame negatively, and don't look at the faults of your twin flame if you know who that person is. Because your twin flame is actually with you in a higher realm, higher dimension. But they're with you. A lot of things are happening to you in a good way is your twin. And sometimes they do stuff to you in a bad way because you have to learn how to grow up. And sometimes, like I said, we hate to do it. But like that's the problem with a lot of people on YouTube. They want to stay in a fantasy world. But you got to deal with the real world. It's got to become a balance. So we'll say it again. It could be family. It could be your vehicle. Because this is all the fourth house. It could be your heart, your health. It could be land, real estate, or property. And I found an attorney that used to represent me way back in the early 90s, the mid 90s. And that's what he's doing. He's a real estate attorney. And I just talked to him like through an email. And then again, teenage to adult education, land or property, because that's what that Billy Jack movie's about. Trial of Billy Jack was about all kids, like young adults, education, and they had their own school, and that was on land and property, because they actually found that school in an abandoned location and took it over. And when you find her Cancer, It's in the 4th house for good fortune. And that's a good thing because 7 degrees is the Chariot card, which is Cancer energy. So the chart on the left may have a good experience with her family at this time. It's new moon time. And it might come quickly because that's what it does. The Cancer, the Chariot card means coming quickly. And now, in her 4th house ruled by Cancer, the chart on the left is Leo, which may or may not be a good situation because you got Saturn there. So she might go through her memory, or if this person is still alive, she might have to deal with them again, or her memories may take her back. But like I said, she's going through something right now. I already know. And but that's, you got to deal with it. And you hear me tell her that all the time, no matter how painful it is, or no matter what, because you're not gonna get away from it, no matter what you do. And that's why you have people just totally shut down sometimes because they're trying their best to avoid it. But that's why that movie, I kept telling her, watch that movie because it's going to help her. Because a lot of stuff that's in that movie, it resonates with what she's going through. Because here's Billy Jack, he was being forced to go deep. And he didn't want to. Plus, he wanted it to be easy. So many times those guides were showing up, and he was like, yo, why can't we just get to the point? Why can't I just see the master teacher? And they was like, no, you'll never see the master teacher. You'll never see him till you're ready. You ain't ready, Billy. But the point is, once you're aware of it, you can prepare yourself to be ready. Because it's going to have to be dealt with one point or another. And that's why I said be careful. Because you don't understand what's happening. You're going, oh, everybody on my job, for some reason. Because it took me a long time to realize that. See, I was so far from what I should have been doing that everywhere I went, I was a freaking target. Everywhere. And then the more I began to get into this where I'm supposed to be, the more things got different in my life. When I first got to, because I didn't know how to use angel, I didn't know nothing about angel cards or nothing. This is what Twin Flames did for me. So I'm going for answers, and I end up on HeyHouse.com, or I started off on AngelTherapy.com, which is Doreen Virtue's former website or whatever it is. And from there, I went to Hay House because that used to be her publisher. And as soon as I got to Hay House and went to those angel cards, Gabriel was right there. And his whole attitude was like, it took you long enough. And it's about time you got here. And he was like, like you're way behind where you need to be. And that was my first. I knew him though. I knew I had some type of connection to Archangel Gabriel, but I just didn't know what it was. So I'm still, I'm nowhere where I am now. This is like 2014, 2015, and I was offended. I was like, how dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? And so I was asking him questions, and he wouldn't answer them. He was like, get to where you need to be. And I don't like this guy. So I stopped talking to him. I really just stopped talking to him for a long time. And then the only reason why I started talking to Gabriel again was one time I got sick. And all I had was the angel cards that I printed off of HeyHouse.com. Because I couldn't afford a deck. So with that print, I was still doing readings, and I was making money off of that. Off of those cards. But they're accurate. I still use them to this day. And they're very accurate. It's just 15 of them, the 15 archangels. And everything is kept by my bed. So I was sick one time. And while I was laying in bed sick, I felt one of those cards come out like they're living. Like you can see this on YouTube. Like if you ever watch somebody like Nicole, whatever she calls spiritual, I forget what she calls her channel, but it's Nicole, like Necole, Nicole spiritual, whatever. She's a card reader, and you can see those cards are conscious. Just watch her. That's why I said you got to get away from what about me, because you're never gonna open up the spirit, and you're playing yourself out, and then they gotta come to your life and shake you up so that you can see it. But I'm laying on the bed, I'm sick, and I feel one of those cards, because remember, I keep these cards in an envelope, I think. And I think they were in an envelope. Then I think I've always kept them in an envelope. But somehow that card came out, and it came out, hit the floor, and went under the bed. And I was sick. I was like, oh, man. And so when I finally fell, I got up and tried to find that card, and then I found out it was Gabriel. So it was like he was worried. So I started laughing. And then I did a reading with him. He's real gracious. Like, I'd be like, he's so gracious with other people. But one time I did a full reading with my Archangel Gabriel card deck. But he was very good. He answered all the questions and stuff. Because when I first was doing it, I was like, yo, what type of question is that? Like, that's how I was. They had to teach me, like, don't do that. I was like, what type of question is that? So it's only been, for me, it's only been good thing with the archangels and things like that. And I try to tell people, like, you're not the only person going through pain, but you have to get healing, and they really are trying to heal you, because it's hard for them to use you and bless you if they can't heal you. And that's what the trial of Billy Jack is all about. He's trying his best to go into higher dimensions because he thinks he's a great person. He's like, well, how can you say I'm a bad person when I'm willing to give my life and sacrifice everything for the greater cause? And they're saying, we understand what you're doing, Billy, but you don't understand. You're doing it the wrong way. You're doing it with violence, so you're no different. They use violence to get what they want, and you're using violence to get what you want. So what makes you different than them? So he doesn't really accept that. And I'm not saying I accept that either, but I understand it. And remember, because my ascendant is Gemini as well. Geminis can see more than one side of a situation. And that's why people think Gemini are disloyal. It's not that they're disloyal, they just can see more than one side. So in her 4th house, she's going to have to deal with that. Remember, Saturn is karmic. Saturn can also be past life. And remember, I told you this is going to connect you back to Capricorn, or the 10th house. And Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. And right now she's having issues at her job. That's how you know that astrology knows what it's doing. So the second card is the High Priestess, and that's the moon. And that's the mother. And that's also the law, which is going to work with Saturn. Because Saturn kind of enforces the law. And that's where you get karma from. So number 2 is going to be teamwork. Could be romance, diplomacy, cooperation. Now again, that romance could be a literal person, but it could also be your twin who's trying to help you through this difficult situation. But it could just be your twin's higher self. So this is coexistence, diplomacy. But then Saturn has another. Saturn has, it looks like, number 53. Yep. So number 53. Again, being realistic, efficient, and also a builder. So this 53 will pursue whatever goals they feel they need to pursue, no matter what. Curious and creative, but has a good business sense. So they keep telling her stuff about business. So that could be her own business that she starts. She may be going to another job, because sometimes that happens after new moon. Or whatever's going on at her current job, it may be going to work in her favor. But she's going to build large works that benefit society for a long time. They keep talking about benefiting society for a long time. So again, that's the collective. But 53 is sensual, adventurous, and mentally sharp. The number is optimistic, tolerant, inspiring, and comfortable in social situations. So again, that whole social thing, the collective. So she's about to have some type of Aquarius experience, because she's going to have something with people. And that's why I told people, it's just not smart to say let your dark side come out, because that's all everybody's going to remember. Oh, they came in our office cursing, or they're very manipulative, or they're very vindictive, and then you destroy everything that you were just for like a moment of reacting a certain way. So this person, 53, gets along with others, but tends to do things their own way. But by doing so, they're going to be recognized, believe it or not. And they say the number 53 does get things done. So this is the resurgence of purpose, number 53. So if you were starting to become dismayed, it will. All that'll change. I said free tarot reading, and I clicked the button to see what that was about, and it took me to the location I always go to anyway. So I think they want me to take a reading. All right, let me go there. And I want y'all to be here with me, because I'm going to ask them what do they want me to know. For me, it's been a good day. See, y'all got to understand what's going on. Normally, I'm the one that gets accused of being pessimistic, right? But this new moon, Dark Star Astrology was making it out to be not a good thing. Deception. They even talked about crooks and slimy people and stuff. And I was going, no, I don't get that at all. Now, I'm not Mr. Optimistic. I'm seeing love, feeling love. I don't know. So let's see what the 6 card tarot is going to say. And I want everybody to hear that, because it's important. And I was getting ready to say, well, what else was I getting ready to say? Yeah, so don't sabotage yourself by thinking negatively. But you also have to learn to think realistically. And you got to get past being selfish. You got to stop going, what about me? What about me? What about me? Because like part 1 was fabulous. Because that's why I do what I do. I went as deep as possible, because people learn. Like I said, we're wasting so much time with garbage that we don't have time for stuff that really is going to help us. Like, you don't want to be a YouTube groupie where you're listening to everybody on YouTube. And you don't want to be like a type of person that's still watching all this garbage on TV or whatever, modern. You got to be listening to stuff that's really going to help you. And that's why I tell people, even if you have somebody in your life, let's just say I had a sugar mama. But still, I want to have my own money too, because what if she gets tired of me? Or something happens and we have a falling out? Or maybe she gets a second boyfriend, I ain't happy with that. And she tells me, she says, my way or the highway. I'm the one paying. So these things happen, so you always want to have self-sufficiency. All right, so let's do this very... It is a metaphysical day in itself. It's 3-3. That's a high Masonic number. Alright, so I'm here. They want me to shuffle. See, the deck has been shuffled 6 times, and that's kind of interesting. 3-3 is 6, and it is a 6-card tarot, so I'm not going to shuffle the deck again. Now I use my cursor, hit the deck, it opens up, and now I have to pick 1, 2, 4 cards, 3, 4. Choose 2 more cards. Okay. It is 6 cards there, yeah. They are picked. Now to get my reading. Oh, what do you want me to know? But they already knew probably much what I was going to ask. You got to remember the spirits are a lot smarter than you. Because I forgot to ask the question first, but I did inside my head. So they already know. Number 1, how do you feel about yourself? Now that moon, you're not going to see this. But that crescent moon, I actually saw that moon in the east this morning. And it was beautiful because you wouldn't have seen it. I had went shopping early in the morning and in the east. And this is right before the sun rose further east. But this moon was in the east, but it was southeast. But that's that crescent moon. And what y'all don't know about that crescent moon is I have a history with that crescent moon. But that's another video. I won't talk about it now. But I got a history with that crescent moon. But now it's the high priestess. So that was a visit I had from her this morning. But now I want to go to the website and find out where that moon was at. And again, you're thinking, what does this got to do with me? It has everything to do with you because it's coming out during your reading. It has everything to do with you. The universe is never wrong. Now give me a moment because I got to find out where the moon really was. And to do that, I like to use the black chart because sometimes the black chart is much more accurate with the placement of the planets. See, because I'm very busy right now, so what they have to do, they have to get you when they can get you. Because if not, you won't get your message. All right. So now we got to go back to early this morning because right now it's 17:57 or 5:33 p.m. So I have to go back to 06. 06. And we'll just do 06 a.m. And the moon was with Venus. Even though I didn't see her because it was so bright. By the time I got outside, it was bright. So normally when it's dark, you can see Venus, but it was brighter. But it is in the southeast, just like I said. But now we have to know what constellation it was in. But it was with Venus. So once again, it's telling you love. Because that's what Venus represents. The moon with Venus and Capricornians. So it was a Capricornian moon with the crescent moon. And the crescent moon is very much about esoteric and mystical information. But it is talking about the job. Then you remember, I work with my soulmate at my job. They may be talking about her. But last time I knew, she was gone. She's not even on the schedule no more. But she may have went somewhere and came back. And I will be returning to work soon. I'm not exactly sure which day because, like I said, a certain person came and destroyed everything, messed everything up. So I won't have more information until tomorrow. But they're telling you it was necessary. Like, and that person is directly connected to the moon. Now, if you go on my other channel, you hear me talking about the moon in Capricorn and talking about that person before all this happened, because I already knew it was going to happen, because Terry Nassan, who's one of the greatest astrologers in the world, told me it was going to happen, so I already knew. But I'm talking about that on my other channel with the moon in Capricorn. And that's Venus right there. And what you have to understand, that's my calling. But when I got called, Venus was above the moon on the left side, according to my perspective. And it was southeast then. That's when I got called. And the moon, but at that time, I think the moon was in Scorpio. And then when Rosa, see, I knew this was going to happen because I was told. And that's when Rosa started acting crazy, back in like 2014. And that's what happened where Venus is, because right now Venus is right below the moon. And that's where it was when Rosa started acting crazy. Like started looking at me all crazy and stuff like that. So this is all about career, Capricornian, Capricornius, Capricorn, constellation, the crescent moon. And I can't make any guarantee, but I'll try to put this, because I forget. I'll try to put this picture at the end of this video. And Venus is also anorex at 29 degrees. I already covered all this on my other channel. So that's a confirmation. Like that's a direct confirmation from the crescent moon, which is you're seeing is the high priestess. And they wanted, like, what did you want me to know? Immediately. And remember, we're dealing with the number 6, which is Venus's number, which can be the number of love. And also number 6 is the Lover's Tarot card. So it's powerful. Very powerful. All right, so give me a moment, because this took me somewhere I wasn't thinking I was gonna go, and I'm trying to keep everything organized. Y'all gotta understand, sometimes I have other things to do, and sometimes I do want to move through this stuff fast, but I can't, because that's how important it is. And another thing happened even at the supermarkets early in the morning, but some girl came. But I always know those are messages. Some female came through. Now, when I say girl, y'all got to understand I'm older. See, from our generation, we used to say that. You could see a female and say girl. Like, hey, look at that girl. But she'd be like a grown adult. And, of course, people get mad or whatever. But that's how we grew up on that. Now, when you say stuff like that, because the world is so perverted, it's like, oh, what's he talking about? Oh, you for a pedophile? No, that's not what I mean. All right. But she came walking in the store. But I knew that was a message as soon as I seen her. And now I'm finding out more about the message now. Like whenever the universe has messages from you, it'll always be females will pop up, or it's just strange shit will happen. So now what I want, I hope I have this on my files. It's just the crescent moon. All right. If not, we can do this. Well, this is California psychics, people I used to deal with way back in the day. My early days of astrology, when I was also dealing with Terry Nassan, I used to deal with the California psychics. So they say that the crescent moon deals with like newborn stuff, newborn ideas, newborn birth. Now let me explain that to you. If it is talking about love, because it's dealing with Venus, Now, it could be new love coming, but it could also be somebody's gotten their attitude a little bit better. So they're not as bad as they used to be. Like they've gotten a better idea. So when you see them, cause like my soulmate acts a lot like my twin. Like even if you reach out, they'll reject it, and then if you go on your way, then they be following you. Then they be trying to rekindle it. And I think that's just life, because even in nature you see them chasing a female or something. But I just think anything that really wants this is my own personal viewpoint. I could be 100% wrong, but this is how I feel. Anyone who really wants to be with you is going to make a way to you. Anyone that's running, they're kind of like playing you, like, because you're gonna have to keep chasing. And sometimes, as long as you're chasing, they'll keep running. Now, sometimes you may catch them and stuff like that, but I've learned personally, and I've dated a lot. I'm a Leo, so I've dated a lot, and I've learned that the ones that really are what you call stand-up people are the ones that a lot of times they come to you even before you go to them, because they've already made it up in their mind and heart that they really want to get to know you and they really want to talk. But the person who you find yourself going up to, who keeps blowing your way, but then when you go away from them, they start following you, like that person is just too immature, and they're not ready. Because you'll have one person that's really hoping that you do ask them to go out and stuff like. Because I've had, like I was talking about on one of my recent videos, I've had too many situations where I'm just in a restaurant or a bar, restaurant or something, and I don't even think I'm gonna hook up with this female, this waitress or whatever. But for some reason, I still do. So how come somebody who just seen me is in a bar or whatever is ready to hook up, like a waitress or some shit, is ready to hook up, where somebody I work with every day, they want to play games. So it is a person. Just like I look at my twin now, and I don't blame myself so much, because when I look back now that I'm healed, she was just an asshole. But it's not just she was just an asshole. She just wasn't ready at the end of the game. She just wasn't ready, and still ain't ready. Because if she was ready, you best believe she would figure out a way to connect. However she did it. Because she knows everything. Like, I told her everything. Because I was hoping we could get over the hump back then. So I'm still reading about this crescent moon. So then they began talking about Venus, which is funny because Venus is right next to crescent moon. And they said it also represents the sacred cow horns, birth of children and new ages. So remember, Venus rules Taurus and Libra. And when you deal with Taurus, you're going to be dealing with the cow horns or the bull horns. So that could be Taurus energy as well. So they're saying the crescent moon could be birth of children or new ages. But see, they call it project, like the Archangel cards, they call it children projects. It doesn't necessarily have to be a child, but it's just something new coming your way, or just a new fresh way or whatever. So they say that Saturn was the star of the Hebrew tribes. It's funny because this person was saying, I was telling them certain prophecies today, and she was like, well, I don't know if I'm one of those people. But yet it just said it, because she's got Saturn, exactly what we're talking about. And Saturn really is Venus's star. Venus's star is not our sun. Venus's star is Saturn. So the crescent moon is a symbol of birth of children, new leaders, new ideas, and new ages. But I'm still going to tell you, it still could mean somebody from your past got their mind right. Because I'm telling you, like the female I work with, because she kept fucking with me, and I was new. Like, I kept trying to talk to her because we both knew. Like, we both felt the power from day one. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that she doesn't know. And we knew we were going to talk and all that. And it just got silly. We just went into separation. So once she saw we went into separation, I wasn't really noticing her like I used to. Because I was just trying to work. And I feel like, she's playing games and I'm trying to learn this job. I got to have a job. So one day this is what she did. She got off work one day early as I don't know what. And I take break at 3. But she got off work about 2:25. So normally when I take break, I go in a break room. But for some reason, I went out to my car and her car was parked in my car. And she was just sitting out there. Like she literally waited for me that whole time. And then I didn't know what to do. So I still didn't talk to her. I just got in my car and rode off. And so then she came back to work that day. Like she was just sitting up in there. Because the department, she used to be like really the main person in her department. But a lot has changed because I'm getting closer and closer to my year anniversary. So a lot has changed. But they got chairs. Like a lot of people really be up in there just sitting up in there. Like they may be having something done in her apartment or whatever. And they just sit up in there. And some people just be sitting in there talking and shit. So she sat up in there that whole time just talking and stuff. But I still had the feeling like she never did that before. That was all the same day that she was really trying to connect with me. But that's how she is. Like what I'm trying to tell you, Rosie used to do the same shit. Like if you try to talk to them, they act like they ain't listening, don't want to talk to you. Or whatever. They too busy to talk to you. Whatever they trying to do. And then if you don't talk to them, then they like go out of their freaking way to talk to you. Like it just be silly stuff y'all females doing shit. And I be telling y'all don't do that. Like stuff like that, you do that once you get connected. Because if you do that before you get connected, you're sending out a message that seems like you're saying you don't want to be connected. And he said, well, if the guy was really interested, he would keep pursuing. Yeah, but guys may have been dealing like goofy girls like you, and they don't want to deal with y'all no more because y'all too immature. So if you're going to play hard to get got first, because at least he knows you're interested, then you can play hard to get because now y'all went out or maybe y'all had a nice conversation, and now he's more interested. Like I just was talking about a date I had where the female, this is a long time ago, she gave me this passionate kiss on the first date. If you saw that kiss, you would have thought it was going to be a date too. But after that passionate kiss, she never picked up the phone. We never connected. So I wasn't going to keep calling her. Like, hey, I thought we had a great time. And I wasn't going to keep, because like, okay, let's just say I did that and she did go out for a second date. But it's still because of me calling. I don't want that. I want somebody just as eager to talk to me as I want to talk to them. So that's how I roll. That's how I do it. And just looking back, I think the proof is in the pudding. Like, no disrespect to my twin flame, but she just is not emotionally ready for, like, I'm more Capricornian. I'm more serious. My moon sign is Capricornian, so I'm more serious minded. I'm not gonna make you giggle and laugh and all that silly stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the type of person, I would think you was a con man. Like, if you thought you had to talk to me like you're talking to a little child, or you had to say, oh, Venus is in the 7th house. Oh, I see love coming your way. If that's what you got to do to get me impressed, to make me give you my money, then you're just an internet pimp. And you're pimping me out like a hoe. So you're not going to get my money. You got to show me some facts. Like, I show facts. Everything I say is supported by a reference or fact or something. Those are the type of people I deal with. I deal with experts. I don't deal with people that just manipulate you. Now, out here on YouTube, the manipulators seem to win all the time. Every now and then you'll get a person who wants to use their brain. But most people are working highly on feelings, but that's why they're not coming into contact with your twin. You have to use both the mind and the heart, and then you have to bring that in harmony with the universe. And then you'll begin to see your twin or your soulmate or some type of love. So that's the crescent moon, all these new beginnings, and it's really got esoteric meanings and mystical meanings and all kind of stuff. Now, before I leave here, I'm going to try California Psychics. If their horoscope for me today is accurate, I'm going to subscribe. Your urge to be in charge could clash with your desire for companionship. After all, no one wants to be bossed around. Okay, who did I boss? With the moon in your partnership zone, that's not true. The moon is really in. Yeah, you got to go to maybe the white spot. Maybe if I went to the white chart, it would be. But the black chart is not in the partnership zone. With mighty Mars, controlling behavior could put you at odds with your significant other or a close friend. See, this stuff I just don't believe it. Like, y'all gotta understand, I've dated tons and tons and tons of women throughout my life. I'm not a young guy. None of this. When somebody has made up their mind they want to be with you, there is no stopping. I know a woman when she wants to be with you. Ain't nobody stopping her. That's why all this stuff is not true. That's why I don't subscribe to it no more. See, what I like when I first came out, I was really humble and I thought I was wrong, but I'm not. Rosa was not ready. Me and Rosa was not going to be together. The only thing that would have happened with me and her, she would have gave a lot of sex just like she did that other guy, because she's immature. She's one of those chicks that jumps in bed real quick. That's why she's got all these kids by that guy, and I don't even know if she's with him. She moved in with him. I don't even know if he ever put a ring on her finger. She's too fucking immature. So me and her were never going to hook up. Just like at that job, I had a friend named, I call her Miss P, because we work at a job together. I always kept it professional, so I called her Miss P. I didn't call her by her first name. But me and Miss P was real quick, and I'm real close, and I never did nothing with Miss P. So you'll meet certain people who you'll want to just do stuff with. Now, one female that worked there, me and her kind of sat together one day, and we were like getting really close at first, and I had to pull out the Bible. I had to pull out the Bible and pull my chair away from her and shit. Because she was like, wow, woman, this guy's sitting all close to me, talking to me, and we're flirting. Next minute, this guy starts reading the Bible. So I had to catch myself. Now, her, if anybody in that building at that time, it probably would have been her. But I pulled myself away because that's not the course I wanted with my life. And then there was another female that came. She just kept pursuing me, but she was cool. Like, I like that, though. She really made it known. Like, she made it known that she was about that. She wasn't about no games. So me and her almost would have connected, but they fired her. And that happens a lot at a lot of my jobs. But the reason why that happens a lot of my jobs, because I have a spiritual calling. So whoever's running this whole thing is not going to let me connect with somebody, especially if it's meaningless, because I don't want nothing meaningless. So I've had a lot of jobs where the moment a female tried to sit next to me or something, the manager will move her or she'll get fired or some shit like that. So this reading is not accurate for me. It might be accurate for another Leo, because they say some Leos are pushy. And I get accused of that, but I'm really not a pushy person. I may have been in my earlier life. I really don't remember, but I've been around too long. But I am going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to back down from it. Like, I give the people the choices. They can make their own choices. But again, you cannot listen to me and waste more and more years off your life. Or you can try to take shortcuts. You're going to find out that doesn't work either. It's going to blow up in your face. Or you can grow up just a little bit, just a teeny little bit, grow up a little bit, and you'll begin to see changes. And like I say, I don't know who this Venus is. I don't know who this crescent moon is talking about. But since it's at the job, she may be back. I don't know. But maybe they're saying next time you see her, she won't be so playing so many games. Because I already know she knows. That's the difference between her and a lot of other people. Like, she knew. We both knew from like day one that there would be some type of connection and contact. And that's why when she does silly stuff, she'll always come back. You know, and it's cute though. It's cute. And her, I always liked this as a person, because she's a lot like me. She can work her ass off. She can run her department by herself. I've seen her do it. And it's amazing. It's amazing, because her department, it be people all up in there, coming and going. And I've seen that female run that department by herself. Right now, they have at least 3 to 4 different people doing what she used to do by herself. She's amazing. So I don't got no beef with her, ever. You know, I like her. But I'm too grown for stupid. I'm not a kid. So I don't play games. Like, either we're going to talk or we ain't going to talk. Either way, life is going to go on. So that's how I feel about that. And I don't know who they're talking about. But maybe the 6-card tarot will give me a suggestion. And again, you say, well, why are you doing it during this reading? Because that's the way it came to me. And I'm sorry if y'all don't understand that. But the moment y'all learn how to do what the universe tells you to, the moment your life is going to get better. If you continue to always, what about me? Why is it taking so long and all that? You're missing the point. Because you're taking so long because you got to learn patience. Just like I said, when you watch Daniel-san. So Daniel-san wanted to learn karate. But his teacher made him clean house. Toilets and shit. That shit was funny. If you have never watched Karate Kid, you need to watch that part. Where his instructor Mr. Moriarty made him clean his whole house and shit. And he did it until he made him clean the toilet or something. And then that boy flipped out. Because I hate to tell you all that, but I just had a similar situation with all this moon and all this stuff going on. Because some shit went down and shit went down, and then it just got downright disgusting. And the same thing, I had to go to that person like, what the hell is this? Like, boom, boom, boom. But there's a reason for everything. And maybe that person needed to hear it because their health was going down the tubes. So maybe my intensity that I hit them with, that's when they finally got out the bed and started at least moving around and doing something. Because before that, they just was laying around, which that person never used to lay around. They're very active, always been active. So, all right. So, no, I'm not going to subscribe because I don't remember. I think I tried to subscribe to them before and I didn't like it. But this is years ago. This is going way back. I mean, a long time ago. All right, so the crescent moon is like the mama, and it's like the high priestess. That's her symbol. And she's letting me know that she's bringing something. Now, remember, my question I asked was, please tell me what you want me to know. And the first person who showed up was my boss, the high priestess, the big mama. And she says, how you feel about yourself. You are very aware of the feminine power within, intuitive and conscious at a spiritual level. That's true. Looking for guidance and answers. That's true. A secret to be revealed. You desire a wise guide to help address your questions, and your intuition is just that. She's talking about herself. You are a male. The appearance of the high priestess can represent a woman who you care for very much and who truly inspire you. Well, that's the big mama. So she's saying, I'm here. But if you watch the movie, The Trial of Billy Jack, that's what he did. He said something to his higher self. His higher self appeared to him as a man, and I've had the same conversation. And he said, I know you, you're me. But Billy Jack, at that time, he was red, and his higher self was blue. And he said, I'm not. He said, I'm not. He said, I'm your higher self yet, but I'm not really with you. He said, you have to pass these tests before you get to talk to me again. And Billy said, listen, I don't understand what's going on. And he said, and his higher self said, that's what your problem is. He said, you're always trying to control the situation. You're always trying to find out what's going on. He said his higher self said to him, now be quiet and go see the maiden. Now the maiden is the high priestess. He said, you be quiet and go see the maiden, and you'll be told what to do. And then his higher self just disappeared. So I've had these same conversations with the spirit realm. That's why I busted out laughing. When I saw that, I just started laughing uncontrollably because I've had the same conversation. Be quiet. That's what your problem is. I've been told to shut up. So the high priestess is always saying, trust me and listen to me. Always. And that's not just me. Anybody that's dealing with the tarot cards and stuff that really do this, they'll tell you, that's what she'll tell you. Just trust me. And then your soulmate or your twin is saying the same thing. Just trust me. And that's what they were trying to tell Billy. Stop thinking so much. You've got to learn how to go to intuition and feel. But a guy like me says, well, where's this feeling going to lead? Hopefully not to unwanted pregnancy. Hopefully not to diseases. Hopefully not to doing something as sacred as sex with somebody I'm not going to be with anyway. So that's my beef I have with the world she represents, is the world of secrets and darkness and high femininity, high sexuality. Because I'm like, where does it lead? Because you got to remember, I'm a light. I'm a Leo. My ruler is the sun. So there's always going to be a battle between the sun and the darkness. That's why I say when you listen to this, you learn. And when you stop just thinking, what about me? What about me? What does this got to do with me? A lot if you're listening. Because I guarantee, like the chart on the right, she's got a situation there. Because in the darkness is where she hides all her stuff or her pain. She hides everything there. But she's got the sun in Scorpio to reveal it. But she's fighting. She's not really trying. That's why when she sent me that email today and she was really telling me what she's going through, I went, yay, breakthrough. I'm laughing over here. Like, yay, finally. Breakthrough. So if that's what it takes, a shakeup to get you to start to look at what's hurting you, then so be it. Because you got to come out of it. So the High Priestess is letting me know with card number 1 of 6 that she's here. Ready to get it moving. The next card is also feminine, and it's Justice card, Libra energy. Now, I know this card to represent the person I work with. If you see Libra Sagittarius, it's probably talking about her. What you want most right now, says Justice or Libra. The card suggests that you most want at this time is a fair and right outcome, whether it concerns relationship or business affairs. Now, the reason why they said relationship and business affairs is the same reason why they said Venus and the moon in Capricorn, because they're telling you it's the person you work with. You can feel that you are in the right and that any decision or agreement to be made should be in your favor. And the Justice card is also number 11, but that number 11 also breaks down to number 2, and it's the second card. So you got to repeat the numerology, just like we had a number 6. Today is 3-3, which is 6. And tomorrow is Monday, which is the moon day. Libra is the card of relationships, the 7th house. Third card. The Hangman, Neptune, number 12. You fear letting go. You yet this place of limbo and indecision is not a good place to be. Are you being emotionally blackmailed so you don't leave? Don't be the victim. Sometimes we have the strength to let go to attract new positive possibilities into our life. So that has a Neptune appeal to it. Could be talking about a certain person. I don't know. All right. Or they may just be telling you if you're trusting them in the areas that I just told you all about. And Planet Neptune is all about spirituality and mysticism. Card number 4. What is going for you? The Lover's card. Card number 6. Now, in my 4th house is Virgo. And Virgo is the 6th house. That's on my natal chart. And again, that's the house where she is. She's the Uranus in that chart. And that's the soulmate, the one I work with. So all these cards are pointing her out. But like I said, last time I checked, she was off the schedule. I didn't know she was coming back. And but it reminded me, they kept bringing me back Tanya. Tanya is a female I used to work with. And Tanya was like a soulmate too. And she left, but then she came back. But then that's when we hooked up. Because before she left, I was going a different way. I like Tanya though. But I was going a different way with my life. That's when I first started like going to this religious location or whatever. And I was trying to do that for my life. So I really wasn't trying to kick it with Tanya, even though I wanted to. So what the universe did, they took her away. She was supposed to go down to Virginia and never come back. So I was missing her like crazy. And then she came back. And the moment she came back, we connected and we started hanging out for a while. And she actually went with me. She actually went with me to that religious location I used to go to. So what's going for you? The Lovers. New love. See the new moon, new love, and commitment. In other words, the person I work with probably going to stop all that bullshit she on. New love and commitment will enter your life, even if there's no one on the horizon. Be prepared for a surprise. And remember, she is a surprise because she's the Uranus on my chart, the person I work with. Throw caution to the wind and expect joyous and happy times ahead. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. That's Ren and Stimpy for all you comedians out there. Old school Ren and Skimpy. We going back over 20-something years. Over 24 years. All right. Card number 4. And the Lover's card is Gemini, which is what y'all see, just like I told y'all. See? This is why you let me do what I do, because then you can see the universe is in perfect harmony with itself if you're listening. But if you're just sitting there going, what about me? Or what does this got to do with me? Why is he talking about it? You ain't never going to get it. And then the universe is going to start pouncing on you. And you'll probably be blaming other people when the truth of the matter is it's yourself. You've got to learn how to work with the universe. Let the universe have its way. All right. Number 5. What's going against you? The Strength card is Leo. That's her. Number 8. That's interesting. Your negativity and lack of self-control are your real enemies. If you are finding certain addictions in your life are taking hold, be it smoking or drinking, for example, look inward for your heart's true strength and self-belief. Change your attitude and be positive, and you will reap great rewards. And what the Strength card is saying, that's like her telling me, I want to be with you, but it's you. So that's what she says, you. You're your worst enemy. You're too strong. You won't let me in. Which is, that's not always true though. That's not always true. See, you gotta understand, like when I first started with my soulmate, I used to come here, the 6 card tarot, and she used to talk to me through those were some of the best readings I ever had because it was so real, and I knew it was her. It was her higher self talking and shit. So that's what she's trying to do. But that's what females do. She's trying to blame me. She's the one with all the fucking games and the bullshit. But she's trying to blame me. Because see, in your mind, you females, you think your man's supposed to be your Prince of Charming. So no matter how immature you act and no matter what you're doing, he's still supposed to bust all through all that and come get you. And if he just did that, you would melt. Now, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you would keep playing hard to get even if he did. But you got to remember, sometimes your Prince of Charming is hurt too. And just like you need love or need to feel loved, so does he. So that's why, like I said, I fell back from all of this. But I was watching Some of the Warrior. That's one of my favorite movies. That's a very metaphysical and prophetic movie. And I was watching how the female character, Mercy, was with Swan. So Swan was like the leader of the gang, so he was always a tough guy. And she was always walking with him. But if you notice, they very rarely ever held hands. And they very rarely were ever passionate in that movie. A couple of times they were. And maybe that's what the ladies like. You know, probably. It's a distance that makes them want to be there. But I just see a different view. I see a different vision in that. Because I'm a type of person, like, people think I'm a nerd, but when they fuck with me, they find I'm probably one of the most powerful people they've ever met. My background go deep, and you're talking to a guy that traveled everywhere by himself. Ain't nobody put their hands on me, and I was in all kind of places. And plus, God protected me a lot too. So I don't believe, like, women like to see with their eyes, but this is where you make your mistake, because you might think this guy is a gangster type, but he might be the guy that snitches on everybody. He's not really that tough, but you're only seeing with your eyes. So my background is spiritual. So we're taught to be quiet and be humble, but that doesn't mean we're weak. But in this world, it means you're weak if you're quiet and humble. So it's a game I don't like to play. I just mind my business. Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone. And hopefully, our paths don't cross in a negative way. But a female wants to see it and experience it. And so a guy like me, she may seem like he's not what I'm looking for. But then she'll see me mad, because when I was in high school, this guy crossed me. I beat the crap out of him. And I be like, all the women wanted to be with me. The same females that thought I was this nerdy little guy that they hated. After I beat that guy up and turned him into a bloody pulp, all the women wanted to be with me. And then I was mad. That's when I really stopped liking you guys. Because I said, wow, I have to be mean and disgusting for you guys to like me. And what does that say about you? So it's this life again. So what I'm trying to tell people is, the females I deal with, they see deeper than just the eyes. And I met females that went deeper than just the eyes. And I know what real love is. I know a woman, when she's really interested, can't nobody stop her from coming next to you. That's it. It ain't happening. So there's a lot of games that are played in the universe, and you have to be careful. That's why I be trying to tell people, I try to teach y'all to think. Because otherwise you're going to be one of these groupies that every time a twin flame video comes out, you're going to run. And that's idolatry. And how is that helping you get with your twin when you're running to every video that comes out? If you really were trying to get with your twin, you will find one location to go to. And hopefully that location is actually helping you connect with your twin. That's what you would do. But you wouldn't be no idolater, no groupie that every time somebody drops a video within 1 hour, it has over thousands of hits and no crazy stuff. You only do that with your heart. Like with twin flames, you would never do that. Like if you rolled past an auto mechanic shop and this dude had hundreds and hundreds of cars out there, would you say, wow, he must be a great auto mechanic. Look at all those cars he's got out there. Or would you say, damn, what type of mechanic is that? Is he fixing any of those cars? I'm not taking my car there. But you'll do it with twin flames. Oh, that video has thousands and thousands of views. Let me watch that one and that one and that one and that one. Like your idolatry. So that's why I said I like to comment, because when you hear it, you just automatically assume. But when I comment for people that are listening, I go deep to explain it. And then for people that are listening, like a female might be in that situation, and she'll say, you know what, he's right, I'm not going to play hard to get. So now she's with a guy that she might have messed it up playing hard to get. There's a time and place for everything. You have to learn. That's real wisdom. You have to learn how to when to use it. So she's trying to tell me, this is Durga. Like the strength card is Durga with the lion or the tiger. And she's trying to tell me this could be us, but it's your own pride or your own strength. And, you know, you need to let me in. And I'm like, that's a bunch of crap. Because many times I try to talk to you. And even one time, the universe kept me and you in the back. You know how many times me and my soulmate have run into each other? Like we both be moving fast through the building and we almost run into each other. So that's just not true. It's like Rosa all over again. Like I tell them stop lying, because that only makes it harder, because you keep lying. Instead of just saying what it is, you keep lying and making it seem like. So that's not true. Now this is card number 5, and 5 is the 5th house ruled by a Leo. So if she really wanted to talk, it would happen. But she's just got to really want to do it. Like if she did that, like if she was waiting in the car. And that day I came out to the car, I wasn't supposed to come out to my car. I normally go in the break room. That's why it was strange that day she waited in the car for me. That I came out, that was right there and shit. That was strange. But so is this soulmate twin flame stuff. Okay, this is the 6th and final card. The likely outcome is Temperance. And Temperance is who? Sagittarius. And didn't I tell you that the soulmate who I work with is Libra, Sagittarius energy? Plus the strength card with the lion and stuff like that. Temperance. The likely outcome is a period of peace and harmony. Life will flow, and you will always find a way of handling any difficult circumstances with calm confidence. This is a time for patience, so if you are not sure quite what direction to make about any key issue, take your time. You know what to do when the time is right. You'll know what to do when the time is right. So it's almost like they're telling me that she's going to be a little bit more serious-minded about connecting. So we'll see. We'll see. Very interesting. See, that's how the universe works. They really wanted to get my attention, and they got it. And it was funny how they did it through California Psychic, a website I never go to, but I only went there because of the crescent moon. And then the crescent moon showed up with the high priestess. And I just saw the crescent moon. And it was so sweet because it blended in with the day. Like, you wouldn't even know the moon was up there because it was bright and it blended in. You wouldn't have known that was the moon. That's why I really had to look at it. And then when I saw it was the silver moon with the slither of white, I said, wow, that's how I got called. But that's also how it was when Rosa started talking to me. All right, or not talking to me, but bringing herself around more and more. Rosa never really talked. She was on some weird shit. That was one weird chick. But I still got love for her, though. So never think I don't love my Rosa, but... Rosa, muy loco. Muy loco, muy más. How you say drama queen in Espanol? La mama de la drama, muy más. Muy más. What I'm doing is these cards, I'm copying them. And then I always rate my reading, which is usually always the maximum number, which is, I believe, 5-star. All right, so I thank you all for sharing that with me. So now you have a better understanding of who they're talking about and stuff like that, as far as the Gemini energy and all that stuff. Now with the 53, we did that. So the new moon could mean new love. And now we go back to now did we do the number 2? Let's do that just to make sure. Yeah, we did. Okay. Now going back to the new moon, we're now going to the 3rd house with Leo energy. Nothing's there. So this is going to be a highly creative time because Leo and Gemini are creative, but it's also dealing with young people. So there may be something going on with young people. And sometimes it could mean immature people too. But it could also mean new love. It could also mean new love. Because Leo is like about love and the 5th house and stuff. And that's also where your Leo is in the 4th house. 4th house can mean the family you was born into, but it can also mean somebody you're dating, or it could even mean your soulmate or your twin flame. So if you're listening to the chart on the right, then you already know what the number 2 is and the number 53 because we already did that. And I already spoke on Saturn. Saturn could mean karma. It could be rules. It could be your boss. It could be your father. Even your mother could have masculine Saturnian energy. And it could also be a employer, a government, the 10th house, religion, religious instructors, leaders. And it can mean some form of karma or discipline or just a new way of doing things. So these are all possibilities. But now we go right to the 4th house, Virgo. Like I told you, on this chart, in the middle, the new moon chart, that's how my natal chart looks. Because Virgo's in the 4th house. And we have been talking about Virgo. We said Mercury rules Virgo and Gemini. Now let's go to your Leo. Now your Leo at the chart on the left, you got money there. Your Lilith is at 19 degrees, which is the sun. So it looks like you may be having some money and love, romance under this new moon. Might end up going to a new location. Anything new, but it does look like new, fun, and money. And Lilith is usually called the dark side of the moon, Black Lilith, but she's at 19. Your Lilith is at 19 degrees, so that's almost like the sun in Scorpio. So maybe some things that you never brought out about yourself will come out, or you might even mention them to somebody. So your 5th house, your Leo energy looks good for this new moon. So Virgo energy. All right, so for you, so the chart on the right, Virgo in the 4th house, again, this is a home, family appeal to it. It's also healing, service, small children and animals, or even a critical analysis. Now, just because I said critical doesn't mean anybody's criticizing, but you're really looking into it. And that's where your Venus is at 25 degrees, and your Juno at 5 degrees. The fifth card is Taurus, earthy, and Taurus could be the Pope or the Hierophant. It could be more marriage, because you got Venus there too. But now your Venus is at 26 degrees, but 26 degrees is like the god or the goddess talking, like what y'all just saw on my chart. Because like me and her are friends, so she be telling me stuff, but I be laughing sometimes because we be having a lot of similarities and shit. But she's real powerful. That's why sometimes I feel sorry that she lets herself get bullied. I mean, inside of her own mind, because sometimes you could be your worst enemy. But she's real powerful. But you gotta really claim it. You can't like you hear me say it. Like I say, fuck it. This house could be surrounded by so-called whoever. I'll be like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck about none of them, and I don't care. I really don't. No matter what, because I've been on this planet long enough. But you gotta know the power is in you. Like when they was beating the crap out of Jesus Christ, he still knew who he was. That's how he was able to take those beatdowns and stuff. That's how he was able to go through everything he went through. Whereas anybody else probably would have lost their mind. Because this is what they said. I read this, and this is one of the most powerful things I ever heard somebody who was talking about the Bible. They said if you go back to the Garden of Gethsemane, the apostles were all sleeping. It was Jesus who was falling on the ground and going, Abba, Father, and sweating, and his sweat was turning into blood. They said it was Jesus that looked like he was losing his composure, so much that an angel had to come down and strengthen him to remind him of who he was. But the apostles was all asleep, even though he kept warning them that this is the night they're taking me from y'all. But still, the apostles were still all falling asleep and all that. But then that same writer said, but at the cross, it was Jesus who was so calm. Even though he was beating them down, spitting on them, making them march naked, and making them carry that heavy cross by himself. He was all calm through that beat down, everything. But it was the apostles that was running and hiding and scared to death and saying, "Oh, I don't know him. I'm not down with him." And so that's something to think about. So when you're really tapped into the spirit, you'll have that peace. And you don't worry about it. And then you won't be as afraid to deal with your dark side, your shadow side. Because Billy Jack didn't want to deal with his shadow side. They said you had to deal with your shadow side. And he didn't really want to. And he really thought he was ready to go to the highest level. And they're like, you're nowhere near the highest level. So that's what she's got coming. And yeah, I was trying to see if her Venus is 25 degrees. But I always see love coming for her. Always. So I think that's why I said sometimes she's just not opening up the door. And I think that's what's blocking everything. I think she's her thinking pattern is blocking everything. She has to heal, and there's also love available, but she has to open that door. Okay, so her Venus is 25 degrees, 20 minutes. The 20 minutes is Pluto energy, the Judgment card, and if you notice, Pluto is right there in relationship. Well, why is Pluto there? Pluto causes transformation. And it's the Wheel of Fortune of Jupiter energy again. And it's 22 is that twin flame number. And it's right next to her vertex cross at 18 degrees. And that is the Moon card. So there are a lot of similarities, just like she said to me before. But there's a lot of similarities between me and her. Because there you see the moon card again, which could be the crescent moon. Right now, that's what it was up there. And it is trying to bring this Pluto-like transformation so that she could experience the relationship. And it's with, for some reason it's with Virgo energy, because Virgo rules the 6th house. And then her Virgo is at 5 degrees, which is Leo energy, and that 15 is Capricorn energy. So it could be somebody at her job, but Capricorn has to do with career and reputation. And if you look at her 9th house, there's Capricorn. So she's got some type of earth sign, Capricorn, Virgo energy that's really available for her. And that's why I be trying to tell people, be very careful, because there might be somebody you work with who's very interested in you, might even be in love with you, but you're a typical broad. And I gotta say it, because I don't even care if you females get mad at me, because I'm trying to wake y'all up. So you stop doing these things that when you miss real love, then you get with a bad boy that hurts you, fucks your sister, tries to get with your mom, or some stuff like that. Stop doing it. I mean, anybody could make mistakes, but when are you going to learn? And if you're older, you don't need to be making teenage girl mistakes, because you're not a teenage girl no more. You're an adult woman. That's why I said, really, you see a lot of people, they want to be young. And you'll see a woman older, she's still trying to dress like she's 17 or 18. I mean, you can dress and look any way you want, but you're not 17. Don't dress like a 17-year-old. You're not 17. Because what happens, you're not mature enough. You're not emotionally mature enough to deal with real life situations. And when you get a real man, he don't got time for you. So you might be interested in him, but he's looking at you like, nah, it's obviously she's immature. And I'm really like, I'm just a different dude. Like, I thank God, because I know people just wouldn't like me. But like, I'm just not into a lot of this stuff on this planet no more. I grew up out of it. So I really am I'm in my little like, oh, would you please leave me alone? Please. And what's your problem? I don't have a problem. I just don't want to. What you're advertising, I'm not interested in. Simply put. But you can't say that, because people get offended and they want to fuck you up. But don't I, like, you have a right not to like me. Can't I have a right not to like you? And it's not that I don't like you. I don't even know you, but I just already, the vibes and frequency you're sending out, I just don't want. Because I can't respect somebody who wants to be 17 when they're 30 and 40 and up. Because you can still look you can look very beautiful, but closer to your age. You don't have to try to look like a young girl. Because that's what she is. A 17-year-old isn't even legal yet. So this person to the right, they have a Virgo Capricornian energy that's trying to connect with them. And remember, Venus rules Libra, which you see in the very next house, and Taurus. And her ascendant is Taurus, again at 13 degrees. And we already said that the 13 degrees is like the divine mother, divine feminine, the mystical darkness of the woman. So when you get readings like this and you're listening, it helps. And see, your Lilith is also, well, your Lilith is over there with Aries. And then number 27 is the diplomat, but 27 is Mercury. And we already said Mercury rules Virgo, which is in your 5th house, it looks like. And Mercury rules Gemini, which is in your 2nd house. And again, 13 degrees. So that's how you know this is real, because the synchronicity you can't mess with. So I just really believe that either she works with this guy, but maybe she doesn't give him the time of day, or she has to open that door to all her stuff she's trying to hide. And because she won't open that door, she's blocking him. It's kind of like the female that'll turn down a guy that wants to do poetry, or he wants to buy her roses or something, and that makes her treat him like garbage for some reason. See, she doesn't want to open up her door to him, but she'll open up her door to the thug. Because women are real smart. They're way smarter than men. They have great intuition, and I think she already knows that thug is going to hurt her. But for some reason, it's something going on with her where she feels like I need to be hurt. But there's a metaphysical reason for that. That goes all the way back to the beginning when the light came out of the darkness, but the light moved far away from the darkness. So ever since then, the darkness thinks it's not good enough. But the darkness is feminine, and every woman comes from that darkness. That's the 13 you see on the chart. So women had this insecurity where they don't think they're worthy of it. So if they get a guy and he looks like he really loves them, sometimes they reject it. But they'll open up to the guy like the thug or somebody else. And I kind of think they know he don't love them, but they'll open up to him just to get hurt again. But like I told you, I had a female tell me that one time that, I'll do anything with you want me to. But I want you to know that I'm still going to talk to other guys, but you can spank me. She told me that. This female said that. She said you can spank me. She said, because I'm like a bad girl. You can spank me. But I'll do anything you want me to do. But I'm still going to sleep with other guys. I'm just letting you know. But, you can get me back for it. So that's something that goes on inside of people that most people wouldn't say. She just happened to say it. So these are all things in our dark side and stuff that we don't talk about. But we have to talk about them if we're ever going to get to where we need to be. That we can have a successful relationship where somebody's not treating us like just for sex or stuff like that. Where somebody actually, like we're not hiding who we are anymore. We're ready to deal with it. So I gave her, the person on the right, the signs of the person and the location that you might find that person at. But then she has to be willing to be honest about it. But again, I will look up that number 25 real quick, because I think we looked it up before. In fact, I didn't even give me a second because I have to open this website up. Number 25, again, analytical or intuitive. We already said that about Virgo. Sensitivity and sensuality. Introspective, spiritual, team-oriented, curious. Perceptive, wise beyond their years. They can spend time alone or with others, but they kind of like their time alone. "25 represents the law. So Venus is female. They say that the female gives the law. And again, Venus is ruled by Saturn. And Saturn also either enforces the law. So again, that relationship is possible. But she has to be willing to open up, go deep, and get healing. Because that seems to be what's holding it up. And remember, that's what Virgo does. Virgo does heal. Now you got so let's go over here. So now the chart on the left is Virgo, the true north node. So this is the person's life purpose. Virgo in the sixth house, it looks like. The house of service, health, healing, small children, small animals, co-workers, subordinates. And 14 is temperance or Sagittarius energy. And Saturn's at 17, which again is Saturn is at 7 degrees. Again, that's the family. The chariot coming to Cancer energy. So it's still about family and home. But again, it could be your family, your literal family, but it could also be somebody you're dating or his family or something like that. So it looks like, let me see what we got here. Seven and nine. So we know 7 is a chariot energy Cancer. 9 is the Virgo energy, the Hermit, and it's in Virgo. 14 is Sagittarius, the Temperance, the two coming together. So 34, the number 34 may help us understand this a little bit better. Introspection. Creative, highly intelligent. Person can deal with science and spirituality. But this person, again, is pragmatic and likes to reach goals. Inner wisdom, intuition. So when they're trying to find solutions, they will not get bogged down with unworkable details. And they like a alone time to think. And number 34 goes within to get answers. If somebody gives them answers, they're still going to go inward to validate it. So that's kind of showing you your life purpose, going inward. But now 14 is not only, it's also called the Angel of Time card, and that's called the Gateway of Hell. So the Gateway of Hell on a natal chart is considered like the underworld, and that's kind of like Scorpio energy. So kind of like dealing with deep secrets. It's still getting healing as well. In the chart on the left and the chart on the right, it seems like the universe is offering a person that you meet to also help you heal. Now Pallas retrograde with a Libra in the 5th house. But 28 is a number that kind of it could be two people working together, it could be business, but they're not balanced, and it could even be a little extreme. So there might be some shaking that Libra type energy or Leo type energy or relationships may have to go through. But when you look to the chart on the right, we already established that Pluto would be bringing some type of transformation in order for their Libra energy to be more substantiated. Because that's what the middle chart is saying. And in order for this Leo-Libra energy to substantiate, there may be some type of imbalance that has to be dealt with or whatever. And then her Leo, her Libra, basically the same thing. Pluto retrograde at 16 degrees, so there's definitely going to be some shaking there. And again, remember, not everybody is only talking to one person. So that's why it's always good to take notes so you could think. Because sometimes you might think I'm talking about one person, but I'm not. And then she has Neptune at 12 degrees, which is the hangman again, Neptune energy. So something to be taken away at 16 degrees, like the tower. 15 is Capricornian, so whatever her business is, whatever she's doing to make money, because that's what business is. You go somewhere to work and you get money, so it don't matter what it is. That would still be like your business or your job, whatever it is. You might walk up and down the street and say, "Hey, could I shine your shoes?" That's your business because that's what you're doing to get money. So that would be your Capricornian, your 15. But the number 50 is what's really making me wonder what's going on here. So she's definitely looks like she's got some type of transformation coming in her 7th house. And then you're forced to look at the 7th house of the universe. And if you're looking at it, it does look like it's saying transformation, because that's what Pluto does as well. And it's the lessons as well. And it's also, we really got to look at that Capricornian lessons. And I did talk about this the other day, because the other day, the Venus was at 29 degrees, anaretic. And that's definitely a soulmate karmic type situation. All right, number 50. Personal freedom. Personal freedom. Expression of personal freedom. This person wants to pursue their interests at the moment without resistance from its inner self or from others. It's very witty. They want to be, but that's also Sagittarius energy, believe it or not. They want to do new things. They try to be like optimistic or Sagittarian, adventurous or Sagittarian. So it's almost like this person will be saying around this time, "Hey, listen, I really want to do some things on my own. So either you got to keep up with what I want to do, but the truth of the matter is I really want to experience some stuff on my own." So she may be having some relationship challenges or issues where she just wants to do things on her own at this particular time. Because even Neptune is saying, "Hey, I'll do it by myself." And that's the 7th house. And you can see the 7th house also, they both are dealing with Cancer or 15. And her 7th house is her true north node, her life purpose, but that's the sun in Scorpio. And then her moon is just leaving. So she was born sometime around a new moon. She might have just missed it or whatever. Because usually when it's a new moon or something like that, you have both sun and moon in the house, like you see here. But that new moon is still going to affect her. Because she's really going through a lot of stuff. She's going through a lot of reflections and feeling certain ways. But I try to tell you guys, these full moons and the blood moon and all that, moon at 0 degrees, is going to affect you. So you have to realize that. So if you start feeling a certain way, even if you feel unhealthy, a lot of times you got to realize what a moon is that might be a moon thing. And remember, the moon card is dealing with illusions, just like the Gemini card is dealing with doubt. And when you're dealing with Neptune, you're dealing with illusions as well. Now her moon is at 0 degrees with Neptune, so she just has to be very careful. Then Sagittarius at the vertex cross again is, and remember, Scorpio. If I said Sagittarius, I should have said Scorpio with the vertex cross. But Scorpio represents the underworld or the gates of hell. And you see it's at 14 degrees, so it's at the gates of hell. And it's a vertex. And that's also the Temperance card as well. So it might mean a coming together. But again, so Scorpio energy, which is what she is, could kind of be looking forward to some form of Sagittarian or coming together situation. But she has to be careful because she has Neptune in her Sagittarius, which could mean deception. And they've already told me, Dark Star Astrology said, be very careful with this new moon. She said because people are going to be very deceptive, and a lot of these people are criminals and slime balls. That's what it said at Dark, said slimy criminal people. So be careful. So if you notice, both of these charts are dealing with Scorpio and with Uranus in Scorpio. Both of these charts are the left and right. So that means be careful, because something could be coming out of nowhere. And it might not be to your best interest. And the best way to deal with that is just to slow it down. See, what a female has got to learn is, it's nothing wrong when speaking up during a relationship. Because it's just as easy as saying, whatever. I just met you, or just the way you say it, just as a female, I have to be careful. Because if you're dealing with a real man, something like that's not going to bother him. But if you are dealing with somebody trying to manipulate you or get you into an area where they can really hurt you, they're the ones that are going to try to mind fuck you, get mad, slam the phone down or something, because they're hoping you back down. And a lot of women will. They'll be like, oh no, I made him mad. Oh, I didn't mean to make him mad or something. They might even call him back, but you might be calling back like a freaking serial killer. So a real man, you should speak up. That's why I try to tell you. Those are the times to speak up, not just being an a-hole or just starting stuff with somebody and breaking some guy's heart. That's stupid. That's silly. That's immature. But there's people that will speak up then, but they won't speak up for serious matters. Like, you just met this guy and he wants you to get in his car and driving you somewhere way out of town. I'm like, oh hell no. I don't know you like that. That's when you should be speaking up. That's when you should be saying, oh no, I wouldn't, do something like that. Because when you see Uranus in Scorpio, Scorpio is everything. It's a dark world. It is rape. It is sex. Uranus retrograde is anything coming out of nowhere. Uranus, anything happening suddenly. So the best way to deal with any type of Uranus in Scorpio is to slow it down. To remain control over yourself, remain control over your person, remain control over your vessel. And if the person respects that, then you can get to know the person and move on. But if you're dealing with somebody who's going to get mad just because he said, hey, listen, I just want this to be special. I want this to be special. Let me pick you up at your place. We'll drive out here. We'll go down to the beach. And you don't even know this guy. This is why I know I wouldn't. That's why I be looking at y'all females like, man, do y'all ever think, what the fuck? Ain't no way. I'm a man. No way. No, you ain't. You don't need to know where I live. You ain't coming nowhere near where I don't even know you. Beach where? What beach? And you don't have to say it like that. You have to have a little finesse, but you have to be able to state. That ain't happening. It's going to be in a public place. You're coming with your vehicle. I'm coming with mine. Who knows? I might even take a cab there the first day. Cab to and cab back, or use Uber, whatever. Just so I find out what's going on. And I'll be telling, if I take a cab or something, tell a cab driver drive slow because I want to make sure this crazy fool ain't following me. I'm making sure I ain't followed because it's that crazy. And if you think I'm lying, then you need to spend more time reading the news or read YouTube. You're always hearing some crazy stuff, missing females, or even got assaulted by the cab driver. It's like crazy stuff. You just got to really be careful. And that's why they can't really get mad at you when you ask questions. Like, okay, I want a cab, but who's coming to pick me up? Because you tell me a little bit more because I don't feel comfortable. And if they're acting all crazy, like they don't want to answer your question, then fuck them. Like I said, if I was a female, my priority, my safety would always be top priority. Because there's too many of y'all that get it, like all the time. And like people don't listen, but then I get emails from females who didn't listen and something bad happened to them. And then they tell me. But whenever you're dealing with Uranus and Scorpio, anything could happen. It doesn't have to be bad though, but anything could happen. But that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Especially if I see a retrograde. It's just the time to be careful. And that's exactly what a vertex is in the universe. Because that's it. That could be twin flame, twin soul, a significant event, a significant breakup, a significant getting together, soulmate. And it's all dealing with Scorpio, Virgo energy. And Virgo being number 9. And even 18 degrees could be number 9, believe it or not, for her chart on the left. So yeah, I would just say take it slow. Try to get to know a person before you begin to be too trusting. And again with Sagittarius in the 7th house. Now that could be a good thing. Like this one in the middle, that's good because Jupiter's at 22. The Curious is the nurturer at 10 degrees, which is that's Jupiter again. That's the wheel card, Jupiter. Sagittarius usually is a more mature situation. And this is a relationship house, house number 7. So the one in the middle looks good. It could also be foreign speaking people, stuff like that. Anything foreign. Sagittarius, it could be classy people, well educated people. And they got money. Because whenever you see Jupiter with Sagittarius, that's a person that'll usually always have money. And that's in the 7th house of relationships. So in the 7th house to the right, we already covered it. Could be some type of transformation, or that's what I told you, it's Sagittarius energy, because they want to have their freedom. They want to have their freedom and fun. But it just depends. That could be a good time. And when you look at this house, the 7th house, which we already talked about, because of Scorpio, it's kind of like a warning. But that's all it is. It's a warning, just to be alert. Not necessarily bad. But then your Sagittarius in your 8th house, against Scorpio energy, has Neptune. And right now they're telling you with this new moon, it's going to be a lot of deception. So you have to be careful. And you got the moon, because again, the moon card, the tarot card, has to do with being foggy or doubting. Like something might look good and it's kind of foggy about it. You know, like somebody might give you a line just to get you alone for the wrong reason, or to take advantage of you. But it might be foggy, or you might be in a situation where it just looks good. You might say, oh, finally, I found my knight. Finally, I found my knight in shining on armor. But they're telling you to be careful. Now, the reason why I'm telling you, because I'm only going by what I'm seeing on the charts. But when I did part 1, I was like, go for it. And I never say that. And that's before I even got this reading that's telling me that my soulmate is ready. But what y'all don't understand, I don't even know if she's back. You know, she could be, she might be, I don't know. And I won't have time to do the rest of my horoscope, so I won't know. Because sometimes I'll tell you in your horoscope. Like a friend is back or something like that, you'll know. But I won't have time to do them, so I really won't know until I walk in the building and get a schedule. And then sometimes she may not be on the schedule, but they still told her to come in. So that's not definitive either. So it is a time to be careful based on what I'm seeing on these charts, but it could also be a good time as well. And if you notice, her chart has a lot of 19s in it, so that's a lot of sun energy, the chart on the left. Sagittarius, Neptune at 19 degrees. And then her Sagittarius and Neptune has 10 degrees, which is, again, Jupiter energy. 27 is a diplomat. So it might be a good thing. But like I said, it's just about trying to take it slow, making sure you're safe. So this one over here has number 43 with her Neptune, the one on the left. So let's look at that number 43. I just want to verify that it is number 43. So give me a moment. And we are almost out of here. All right. Once again, introspective, analytical, pragmatic. Look inward for answers. Wise, inspiring. All right, now the reason why Capricorn and Saturn is so important, because it's all dealing with primarily karma and past life. And it looks like the Capricorn's at 18 degrees. So this is the 8th house. So once again, it's like the gate, like what they said about the gateway of hell, the underworld. But a lot of stuff happens there. It is going to be karmic. It could also be your place of employment. But it's, your place of employment is now in the 8th house. It's supposed to be in the 10th house. But that's they're trying to tell you because it's going to be dealing with past life stuff. Probably high sexuality. Anything that's in the obsessions. Scorpio energy, because that's the 8th house. But it's also going to be like transformation because of Pluto. And somebody might say, well, how will I transform? It just all depends. Because that's the uniqueness of the universe. People hear the word transformation and they think that means it's going to be some type of self-improvement. It might not be, because this is a highly sexual house. And sometimes that shit happen. Like, you can go from not having sex with anybody, meet somebody, now you guys are having sex all the time. That's that house. That's the transformation house. Anything could happen. But it's still going to be karmic, and it's going to be lessons in it. And you say, well, what are the lessons? Well, the lessons may come out in time. But I think we do see the number 13 there. We already studied what that meant. Number 18 is the moon card. 22 is basically the twin flame card, I always call it. Why'd you call it the twin? Like 22 in the tarot card is actually the fool starting a new journey. because the Fool is 0. And the major arcana, the 21st, number 21, is the World card, Saturn energy. And then that's it. There's no other card in the major arcana. So the number 22 card would be the Fool, really at 0 degrees starting over, but it could become 22. So it's just saying it's a new situation with a lover. Maybe they were acting a certain way, and maybe they're going to try to different. Or if you did try to talk to them, they would make sure they listen to you or whatever. Instead of acting like, oh, I'm so busy, I can't talk or whatever. And that's okay if they do that once or twice, but if they keep doing that, it's kind of like, oh, you ain't that busy. So 34, again, introspective, creative, highly intelligent, inner wisdom, intuitive. They look inward for answers. Creative. All right. And again, I'm assuming it's all at the job because it's Capricorn and Saturn, so it's at the job. And these would also be people in authority, whether it be your pope, your employer. They're all going to be in this 8th house going through something. So you have to watch your news because you'll see people in power, like the president, the pope, employer, somebody, and they'll be coming out with information. And that's the 8th house with Capricorn in it. All right. We go right to Venus in Aquarius. Now, Venus in Aquarius can be love for the people. It could also deal with technology. Aquarius deals with electric technology. And Venus in Aquarius can also be securing rights for the community, the less fortunate, or even women's rights. And when you deal with, remember, Aquarius is considered like anti-traditional, so this would be people with alternative lifestyles and things like that. But the universe will be showing them Venus love. And Lilith is there too. Because remember, Lilith can also be considered kind of strange. And ironically, medium Coeli is at 29 degrees, anoretic. But that has to do with your life purpose. So this is going to be the life purpose on the chart. Going back to Cancer or family on this chart in the middle. But it could also be your life purpose on your chart. So the universe is going to be taking an anoretic look at it. So whatever I said about where your true north node is, whatever I said about those signs or the planets in the house, medium Coeli is going to be dealing with that as well. And this Aquarius Venus energy is going to show up there. Somebody might ask you to make a donation to whatever or whatever, but somehow it's going to show up. Let's look at number 39 and 54. So, assisting humankind. See, that's the consciousness I told you. That's where we're going. That's how I started off this video. See, we can't just be selfish no more. It really is going to be assisting humankind. So you might work with people or groups to help deal with social issues and issues concerning other people. Because that really is what it is. It's going back to the collective. Just like that Billy Jack movie that I told everybody to watch. It's right on YouTube. The Trial of Billy Jack. Because that movie was prophetic. Because everything that's going on in that movie is going on now. And then we went to number 54. And remember, Venus at 5 degrees. Well, 5, the tarot card is the Hierophant. And that's Taurus energy. And Venus rules Taurus and Libra. So like I said, some people might even become more serious because of that. Or some people may even talk about marriage that weren't talking about marriage before. Okay, number 54. So they're saying 54 is like the adventurous number 9. Compassionate, tolerant, humanitarian. Conscientious. So it looks like it's going to be a great time for helping out the people. And it's in the 9th house, which is higher house class, higher philosophy, higher religion, higher laws. Because sometimes when things go wrong in the world, they'll start to using international forces to go in. They used to use the UN a lot. If you notice, you haven't really heard a lot about the UN ever since Trump became president. You haven't heard a lot because the UN wasn't for Israel being recognized as a nation. But in whatever they did, whatever they did, they recognized that the temple, whatever they did, they recognized Israel and Jerusalem. But then Trump kind of came in and pushed that. Because under the Barack administration, they used to boo Israel. They was more like supportive of like the Palestinians and people in that land because those people were there first. And then after Trump came in, you don't hear too much about the UN because the UN was getting to be a powerful voice. Like really, y'all think I'm joking, but you could have got stopped by UN forces. Like what the fuck? Where you UN? I'm an American and shit. So what? Everybody's giving the UN the right to investigate shit. This was real. This shit was going on. I read the news. Like this ain't just no nutty conspiracy shit. Like they had given the UN a whole lot of power that y'all didn't even know existed, but they could have rolled up on you. Like I hate it when the locals try to detain me. Now I got some UN motherfucker telling me what to do. What the fuck? But then when Trump came in, all that shit kind of slowed. You don't hear about the UN too much. Because the history is this. They started out like as the League of Nations, but Hitler broke that shit down. Because like in let me see, after World War One, so around 1917, 1919, because World War One ended in 1917. So after 1919, they came up with the League of Nations. So the League of Nations was doing kind of like what the United Nations is doing, or was doing now. And then Hitler broke that shit up because they had a meeting and Hitler came in person. And he was talking crazy. He was slamming his hand. He was slamming his hand down on the desk because y'all know how Hitler was. He was slamming his hand. He was talking shit about Britain. He was spazzing out. And they didn't do nothing. Like he had the world shook. Like they ain't do nothing to Hitler. Hitler came to I think it was the League of Nations, and he spazzed out on everybody. And he was letting them know, if y'all continue what y'all doing, boom, boom, boom. He told them, and then he left. And shortly after Hitler's speech at the League of Nations, he started World War One. And then that's when the League of Nations just it was no more. Because they were supposed to that was supposed to be the reason why there was no more wars. They built the League of Nations in all wars. Like any major world war was never supposed to happen ever again after World War One. But after Hitler did what he did and just walked down and they couldn't do nothing about it, and then League of Nations just fell. And then after World War II, then they came up with the United Nations, and it's been around ever since. But now Trump has stepped up and like, we don't need you to decide. As a president of the United States, I'm gonna decide how we're gonna handle this. And the person that covered all that was Bagley. Paul Bagley covered that because he's a big supporter of Donald Trump. So he covered the whole United Nations trying to like block stuff and do stuff that they were doing. And then after Trump came, it's not happening. But don't get me wrong, they're still around. They're all up in New York and all that stuff. But they really had a whole lot of power before he stepped in. And that's why Putin ain't like it. Because they was teaming up against Putin. And Putin was like getting ready to go to war with NATO. Putin was getting ready to go to war with NATO and the UN. And that's why they keep talking about collusion. Because once Trump came in, that stopped. Like if you notice, you don't never hear too much about them trying to tell Putin what to do no more. Except the US. The US gets into it with him. But it's not as bad as it used to be, because before they were really coming for him too. If y'all remember, like all of them was getting ready. When Obama was president, he was getting ready for Putin. And then Hillary, if Hillary had become president, she was going in. She was crazy enough to do it. So now, the sign of Aquarius has got to be careful, because it's at 29 degrees, and that's the karmic sign. So there's going to be something karmic related to Aquarius. And remember, Venus rules Libra and Taurus. So they may be part of that as well. And remember, Venus is at 5 degrees, which is Taurus energy. And anytime Aquarius is associated with relationships, these are not normal relationships. It could be man and man. It could be man and family. When I say normal, I mean what used to be perceived as normal. I'm not saying that people are not normal. You know, I'm far beyond that. But it's not what used to be normal. It's not like you show a man with a woman. Now it's not like that. So Aquarius goes against tradition, or what used to be considered normal. So it could be anything. It could be somebody telling somebody, listen, I don't mind going out with you, but I've been hurt too many times, so I don't want to be in a relationship. So if you could deal with that, we could go out. But if you can't deal with that, then I don't want to talk to you, because I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to hurt you. So it's going to be all kind of strange stuff going on too. But the primarily thing of Aquarius with Venus in the ninth house is to help people, places, and things. That's Aquarius. That's also the 11th house. And Lilith deals with certain people. They're what some people call a 1040 people. So y'all can look at what 10. I ain't talking about taxes. There's a location on planet Earth they call 1040, and that's supposed to be Lilith's children. So that's what she's interested in. So this is going to be a good time for Aquarius, I think, energy, but also a unique, a trying time as well. Okay, so they put Capricorn, or the 10th house, in house number 8, but in the 10th house, which is career, they got Pisces. So this is people that have anything that's spiritual or mystical, or even like tarot cards, stuff I do, astrology. So they're really pushing that to be your career. That's why you can find yourself getting fired, or no matter how hard you try to get to that job, it just doesn't work out, because they're trying to push you to your real calling. So that 10th house has now become the 12th house, because Pisces and Neptune rules the 12th house, but now they put it in the 10th house. Now let's see where Aquarius is on these charts. Well, Aquarius is her moon sign to the left. And again, that's the same. That's almost the same thing as Lilith in Aquarius, because that's mother looking out for her children. So 23 degrees, we already learned, is the two people coming together, but it could go chaotic. And 3 is the new birth, creativity. And then this person's Aquarius, she has nothing there, but that's her 10th house. So she might find herself, now her Capricorn is in the 9th house. So what she has to do is she has to really listen to what we said about Sagittarius. Because Sagittarius rules the 9th house at 23 degrees. And as we said, it could be two people working together or working together, but it could also become chaotic. But it's part of her. See, medium quality is part of your true north node. So wherever her true north node is, looks like it's in her 7th house. That's going to be there too. But it does have a implication about her career or Capricorn. But if you go to her 10th house, it's Aquarius. So as crazy as that sounds, she could find herself not at her career, but somewhere helping these people, friends, association, and groups. But again, that may have something to do with her life purpose. Because your 10th house can resonate with your life purpose or with your 12th house as well. Because it's kind of hard to understand. But it's sometimes when somebody's able to do it and they stop working for a while, or they get fired or whatever, or laid off, and they go back to school. Maybe they go down to the Department of Labor and get sent back to school. That's kind of like what the whole Aquarius thing is. And they tell you, they say, okay, well that's like your job. If you're gonna if you expect the state to send you back to school because you got fired or laid off, then you're gonna have to treat your schooling like your job. So that's kind of like what you're seeing here with Aquarius in the 10th house. And then, like I said, I know the first day that happened to me. And the first day I walked into school, Venus was right there. This beautiful woman, perfect height, redhead, but her body was unbelievable. And this is what she said to me. And as soon as she saw me, she was like, "I want to take you out." Like, as soon as I walked in the classroom, she said, "Oh, I want to take you out." And me and her did become pretty good friends. But what stopped us from really hooking up, like I was real spiritual, so I would be preaching to her, and she ain't want to hear me preaching to her. But one thing she said to me, she said, "If you think I look good now, you should have saw me when I really was younger." She said I could get anything I wanted in the world and shit. She looked like one of those females you would see like in a mob movie or a gangster movie. Like a really beautiful woman with a lot of hair. She had a lot of hair, red hair, and a nice, really unbelievable body and shit. That's how she looked. And she was true to Jersey. And that's why me and her got along, because we would just let's go out. We go out, we leave school and go somewhere, a restaurant or some shit. We just didn't give a fuck. So that's why I be telling people, don't just feel bad. Don't feel sad. I feel real good. For me, I feel real good about this new moon. You've never heard me do a reading like this. Like, I'm happy, bubbly, and shit like that. And I would love for my soulmate to still be working at that job. But I don't think she is. But supernaturally, they're telling me she is, but I don't know. But they have been going out of their way to tell me something's up. So to see her back, it would be funny. And if me and her could get over the hump, that would really be for me. Because I just don't like silly stuff. Like, let's talk or don't talk. I'm not going to chase you. If you think I'm going to chase you, I'm not going to chase you, because that makes me look like an idiot. Plus, I could lose my job. Don't forget, I got fired from the last job because my twin said I was stalking her. But if there were video cameras, you would know that she was the one stalking me. So I don't need to get fired again. Like, what the fuck? So if you want to talk, let's talk. If you want to play hard to get, we don't need to talk. Because I don't play games. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't have time for that shit. All right. So her moon sign to the left again. I'm gonna look at that one more time. Yeah, I think it was 23 and 3. So it could be something going there as well, something newer. But you also want to follow her Uranus, because Uranus rules Aquarius. So whatever I said about her Uranus and Scorpio, But what I'm trying to tell y'all is, and remember, each person, it could be kind of different because these are general readings. I know it's somebody's natal chart, but we're doing their natal chart up against the universe. The middle chart is a universe, so it's a general read, really, because we're going up against the universe. And what I'm seeing is anything could happen. And it could waver. It could be nice one day and maybe fuzzy the next day. But I still got a real good feeling. Like, I just got a feeling like, you know, and I try to be careful. Because I'm only telling you what I'm feeling. So it might just be for me. But I really got a feeling that this is one of those new moons that, just try not to come with the bullshit. Like, if you're a female and you tend to play hard to get, this wouldn't be the new moon to do it on, because you might lose something that would have been nice. This is one of those ones when a female kind of says, well, try me out, I would do it, which I normally don't. Like, I'm more like, I've been hurt. You're going to have to show me more. Whereas this one, I would be, depends on who the female was, I would be more inclined to say, okay, I'll give you a shot. What's happening? That's the feeling I got. Like, this is the one that is different. And that 6-card read I just did kind of verifies it. The crescent moon just out there by itself, southeast, just hanging out there. I just happened to look back there and looked up and said, what is that? Oh, that's the moon. Oh, that's a crescent moon. I'm like, oh, shoot. And normally I'm outside when it gets dark. I mean, I'm there. Like, I get up, it's the same time every day. But for some reason, it was already light outside. So even that was a message. No games, no darkness, no hiding, no games. All right. So now, Vesta is spiritual, especially in Pisces. But when you see Vesta in the 10th house, that's usually Capricornian or Sagittarius energy. And if you see Vesta up against that energy, she's often fighting against dominating male energy. But when you see Vesta with Neptune and Pisces, that's usually spiritual. But for some reason, it's Mars related. So I immediately look at the 12th house. And ironically, that's what you see. You see Mars in Taurus. So we're going to have to talk about that, because that's the message. But remember, Mars is not always battling. Mars can sometimes be intensity. And again, for each person, it might be different. So I kind of want to do both these houses together. Because I'm telling you right now, the 10th house is highly spiritual. New moon at 15 degrees, both of them. Because it's trying to tell you to make your earthly career location spiritual. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean everybody's going to be a psychic? Everybody's going to be a card reader? Everybody's going to leave their job and trust the universe? Not necessarily. But somebody like me, hell yeah, because that's my calling. Because I already told you guys, this chart is exactly formatted like my birth chart. So they're definitely talking to me. But I've known that for some time. That's why I can never get to work. And it's always something that comes up. Just crazy shit. I went there one day to get the schedule. I looked at my boss in his eyes. I said, see you tomorrow. Because I want to work. See you tomorrow. And he just looked at me like, not with your reputation. And I drive home. And some crazy shit happened. And all my shit's documented. So he knows I'm not lying. Because I got the documentation. With the internet, I can put everything online. So he can see it. But from that few minutes of seeing him saying, see you tomorrow. Driving my car. Some freak accident happened, and now my car don't start. I mean, it does now, but back then it didn't start. And even when the mechanics looked at my car, they said, this is some crazy shit. I've never seen nothing like this before in my life. Now, I've known this guy since the 80s. Same mechanic. He's fixed many of my cars, like not many of my cars, but throughout 30 or 40 years, whatever it was. I've known him since the 80s. So whatever 80 years is, 30, let's just say it's 32 years. 32 years I've known this guy. Right? Yeah, 32 years. 87 to 2019 would be 32 years. And he's saying I never saw nothing like this. So there's a universal attempt to stop me from working because they want me to do this full time. And the way things are going, I really could do it because people have been See, it used to be that way. I mean, I really didn't have to work before. And all my bills was paid way in advance. But I just was honest. And they didn't like that. Plus, I was also in pain because of what I went through with my twin. So like they said, I don't like his tone and I don't like this. But for me, like I wish this person to the right was more like that. You should actually say how you feel because that's how you get healing. Pushing it deeper and deeper down. See, what I say about me is I always put my money where my mouth is. But that's why people respect me. That's why this female that keeps contacting me. But she plays a lot of games too. But I'm used to her. I don't mind it. But I am honestly way too busy. So she finally said to me, okay, listen. I'll do it. Whatever you want, let's do it. I really want you to do my reading. But I want you to do it because I know you're going to tell the truth. You're not going to sugarcoat it. See, she's more realer. But most people would say, hey, listen. I'd rather you sugarcoat it. I'd rather you lie. Just talk about love and I'll pay you. And I'm like, nah. Plus, I'm going to tell you why you don't have love, which they don't want to hear that either. So they're not ready to grow up yet. And I've had some people write me after months of leaving me and say, you know what, I really got offended. But now I understand what you said. Now I got it. So I'm not going to change. So because I don't change, I still have people that support what I do. But it's not like, wow, bills are paid. So that's why I'm trying to work to make sure bills are paid. Whereas Spirit or God is saying, listen, I got you. Trust me. And me and God go back and forth because this is somebody I've known since I've been here. So it's one of those things, you will never understand that. But if you were like, if you read your Bibles more, you would see Moses and God had a relationship like that. Because God was like God said it himself. God said, Moses, I'm going to make you God to Pharaoh. And your brother's going to be your prophet. So Moses had a relationship with God that God looked at Moses totally different. And they said that he saw Moses face to face. Now, a lot of y'all think that ain't possible for you, but it is. That's the whole point of God coming to earth as a man. If you believe that. He sat with y'all, joked with y'all, argued with y'all, forgave y'all, laughed at y'all, cracked on y'all. He was the most human God there ever was. On a boat with the people laughing, cracking jokes. And that's how he really is, if you really know him. And like, if you choose not to know him, I can't help you. And then say I'm like, I don't care, because it's stupid to me. That's like telling me I'm not black. That's like if I was a Spanish guy, and just because you don't believe it, I'm supposed to talk a different language. Like, hey, man, I can't talk like a Spanish guy. I got to talk like the way you want me to, because you can't face the truth. That's just stupid. So for me, it's definitely right. Get out of this whole number 15 in your 10th house, because we don't want you there. And if you don't get out of number 15 and become more spiritual with Pisces and Neptune, we're going to 16 you. We're going to fuck you up on some 16 is a tower card. We're going to bring your ass down. And I'm always fighting. Like one of my favorite albums was John Cougar. Little ditty about Jack and Diane. So I was always singing, I fight authority, authority always wins. Because I'll duke it out. I'm not afraid. Because sometimes you just got to understand your spiritual walk. Sometimes you got to motivate God. Because God he's testing you. He wants to know what you're made of. That's what the book of Job was all about. Go down there and test him. You can't break him. So you got to know. And the Grox one said the same thing I did. See, people that really walk with God, they know this stuff. And the Grox one said the same stuff I did. You got to know this. So for me, it's like, okay, I'll go back to the spiritual stuff, but I really want to know certain things that I don't think I'm being whatever. Alright, I just hit a wrong button or whatever. Just give me one moment. I'm trying to get out of here. all right, I got it. I have a couple of pane open, and one of them I did something too, and it changed the view. So I had to look at one of the other ones and remember what the view looked like, and then I remember what the view looked like. I know how to get it back. You go to view, no, not view. Home, is it? Nah, maybe not. I forget it. No biggie. All right, so let's continue. All right. So 15 degrees, 15 degrees. You got a new moon situation on in your career household, but it's got Pisces. So it's definitely going to have some type of spiritual connection. And also because they took Capricorn and Saturn and put them in the 8th house, it's going to have a mystical tone to it too. So even at your job, you may experience mystical situations. Like you know, pull up at your job, the moon's outside in front of the buildings, crazy stuff. You know, just stuff that's mystical. Or even some of the customers that come in will be saying like mystical shit. You'll see that. Like I wouldn't doubt. I met a female that was real mystical. Her name was Rachel Leah. Two biblical names, and my soulmate is one of those names. That's her name, and you know, met them all at the same place. I wouldn't be surprised if Rachel Leah didn't show up. It's just one of them strange days. But they're strongly encouraging you to be spiritual, especially a person like me. But you can still be spiritual and keep your job. Maybe whatever you use for spirituality, study it more. But they're definitely telling you don't just be a totally Capricornian person. That's the whole purpose of this new moon, which you're looking at. Don't stay Capricornian and don't, you know. That's why I said you're being pushed whether you realize it or not. Because you can't just use astrology. What about me? What about me? What about my money? What about my career? I want to be a singer. What about me? Will I ever get married? Will I ever have kids? What about me? Where's my twin? What about my boyfriend? I don't understand. Me. You can't do that. Because you got to become more spiritual. And therefore, you listen more. You'll take information in more. And you'll become a better person. Because even the Messiah, he always gave stories. Just like I do. Who do you think taught me? I've been doing this stuff like spiritual stuff my whole life. Like I was in a religion where they trained you how to speak from a platform and shit like that. Like something my mother told me one time. Like but I was always into the Bible. I don't know if she's fully correct. I mean, I think the religion helped me, but I was always into the Bible way before that religion. But they did teach Bible classes, how to study the Bible and how to organize shit, which I was also I always always an organized person and shit. But I think it helped me. You know, it helped advance it. But I was always doing those things. So my mother said, yeah, you know, it was that religion that really changed you as far as, you know, being really a Bible preaching person and organized and shit. I was like, I don't know if that's true. It's true to a little degree, but not really. But they did help. I ain't saying it. They definitely helped. As far as public speaking, I can't deny it. Because, you know, you taught from the platform and stuff like that. But as far as the study of the Bible, I always had that. And I always was organized. All right. All right, so what I'm doing now, trying to get this chart back again. So we're going to look at some of the numerology in the 10th house. Oh yeah, because she's Aquarius on the left, her moon sign, that's going to really affect her. So the ninth house, Sagittarius energy, and her ninth house is Sagittarius. Venus energy, and that's going to her second house with Taurus. And I'm going to throw in Libra as well, because they go to vertex. So I got to do it because of her Aquarius. Let's do 20. I got to try to find 29 degrees, medium Coeli. I can't guarantee. All right, so they'll give you medium Coeli, but not. And I'll do it. I'm going to say medium Coeli anaretic degree. Medium Coeli could also be your father or your mother, depending, but it could also be an employer. It just depends. "29 degrees is the karmic degree, the fated degree. But it's an Aquarius, so that's what makes it so important. All right. So for the person on the left, I hope you're really listening, because we're going to try to go into that. We're going to do medium Coeli. They're making it difficult, which is getting on my nerves, because something like this should have came up right away. It's like, I hate when this shit happens, because I be wanting to go crazy. I feel like I'm in a Star Trek episode that no matter where you click, you keep ending up back on the like he was trying to get off the deck, that Riker was, and every time he thought he got off the deck, they kept putting him back on the deck. He almost lost his fucking mind. And this should be like the most simplest thing. I know what it is, but sometimes I like to read it. All right, now this one should take me to it. We'll see. And they don't do it either. See, usually it's a piece of information that somebody doesn't want this person to know. That's the only time I see stuff like this happen. Because this is not that easy. This is not that difficult to find. All right, this is always astrology.com. Your medium quality sign, your medium quality is also called your midheaven sign. This is the zodiac sign that was at the southern highest point above the horizon at the moment you were born. And it's funny because I'm talking about the southeast where I saw the crescent moon this morning. So you have to be careful with this definition they're giving. Because they're saying that it's the entrance to the 10th house. That's not always true. In the case of the one in the middle, that's still the 9th house. It is the end of the 9th house. And you're right. The next degree, it would put you in the 10th house. So it's kind of true, but that's not always true. The medium quality is not always the entrance to the 10th house. See, now this medium quality to the right is in the 9th house. And it's not the entrance to the 10th house. It's only at 23 degrees. I think that's 23. Yep. So that means it's not. It's only the entrance to the 10th house is if it's 29th degree or a 0 degree or something like that. All right. And it can mean your career, reputation, and social standing, but that's usually if it's in the 10th house. If it's in the 9th house, it may imply that 9th house also has something to do with your career, reputation, but it may not, because sometimes the medium quality can be your other half, your twin soul, your twin flame. So the medium quality can help you see what you need so that you can realize your full place in life. But that's why yours, let me say it again. That's why the one in the middle is Aquarius, but it's connecting to your Aquarius. Because they just, if you're not already doing it, they're encouraging you to be more conscious about the people around you as well. Because that's like I said, that's how I started this this reading off. I said that's where the universe is going. It's going to become more Aquarius, like the age of Aquarius. If you watch that Billy Jack movie, The Trial of Billy Jack, that's what the youth were doing. They became more community conscious. They did everything together. I'm not saying you got to do everything together, but they really were. Because I was looking at that stuff, I was almost puking. Because I tried that in the 1980s. I tried to be that type of person and found out how wicked you motherfuckers are on this planet. You act like you love the Lord, but what you love is your own pocketbooks and your own space and your own spot. But you'll play the game like you're letting that Bible change you, but you ain't letting that Bible do jack. But something you walk around with in front of other people. And I learned that firsthand. And after the 1980s and 90s, I said, oh, no more. No more of that BS. So if you listen to me when I talk, I'm totally anti the BS. But I do believe spirit is powerful, and the more you tap back into it, that's where you're going to find your power and your happiness. Not playing games. Because if you play games with the universe, guess what? The universe is going to play games with you. And that's why when you go to weddings, you see all these females sitting there as this guy is getting married, and they're all mad, and they're all talking about the bride and all that shit. But they're just pissed off because they had the same opportunity with him or somebody else, and they blew it. So now they're still sitting there when somebody else is getting married, and now they want to be the bitches at the wedding. They can't be the bride, so they're going to be the bitches. All right. All right. So they're saying when you see medium quadrate, consider the planets. Well, you got Venus with Aquarius, and that's a sign, Aquarius. But you also got the sun and moon, but it's a new moon, new moon. It's like we learned. You have to listen to the first part because I told you what happened. The sun is going to be eclipsed at that moment, and your womanly side or your intuition is going to come out. So that's why I told you medium coeli could be a man, and in this case, it's masculine. It's right next to the sun, but that's going to be clipped out. So that's why I said at your job, you might see them hire a new female manager or something like that, or your boss might start acting more sensitive or something. If it's a man, all these things could happen. But I think what they're telling her is to be more people, places, and things conscious. So they say your medium quelly should be showing you your ideal spot that's for you. And it's Aquarius, but it's something going on at 29 degrees of karmic degrees. And that's this chart. And what I'm trying to tell y'all is this battling. See, her medium quelly is in Capricorn. But you got to go by the space chart. That's like the trump card that rules everybody. So both of these people got medium coeli in Capricorn, but hers is in the 9th house, the one on the right, and hers is in the 10th house. But either way, the one in the middle is saying be more spiritual. Care more about the people. Aquarius and Pisces. So that's what they're telling you. So now I want to do the anaretic. I should have found it. I hope I did anyway. Yeah, I found it. All right. So that's what they said. The sign that the sign that the 29 degrees is in is the area of your life that remains unsatisfied. Because that's what they're saying. So many people are going, me, 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 me. But it's people around you. What about we? And that's why I said, however they work it out. For me, I'm already giving the charity and stuff. But they just want me out of the whole Capricornian. See, the Capricornian is my past life. That's why if you look on this chart, my moon sign is Capricorn in the 8th house. But they're trying to tell you you've already done that. You've already been a workaholic. You've already had a job. We need you to be more family minded, take after your mother more, and we need you to Your true north node is Capricornian, or your mother, family, and we need you to really, really be the spiritual guy, helping people spiritually with all the gifts that you have. And I'm saying, yeah, but for these reasons, I'm just doing what I got to do. And then so it's a war going on between me and the spirit realm, which they will eventually win, but I like to duke it out sometime. I've been doing this for a long time. It's not that I'm hard-headed, but a lot of games get played in the spirit realm. Like if you look at Job chapter 1, Job chapter 2, that was fucked up because his whole family got wiped out. That was wrong. But it is the game, and I hate to say the word game, but it is. That's the path you may find yourself on when you're walking in the spirit. You might have to go through that test. Now, 2 Corinthians chapter 12, same thing with Apostle Paul. Here was another man that gave his whole all to the spirit, but yet he still gets beat up in 2 Corinthians 12 and gets supernaturally attacked. And so did David. And this is David. He risked his whole life to fight Goliath, but that didn't stop the test coming. So you got to learn how to fight. That's why you notice in my voice, I don't have no fear. Because you better learn how to talk, because you got things coming your way that if you don't know how to speak up for yourself, I feel sorry for you. You might go through 10, 20 years because you didn't speak up for yourself when they came to test your ass. You think I'm joking. That's why I keep telling you guys, you got to wake up. See, a lot of y'all want to run. But where you going to run? It's still going to come. That's like, say, you want to learn something, so you go to a camp to learn it. It's the best camp on the planet. But then you don't like it. It's too real. You don't like the tone. So now you run and you leave that camp. But now you ain't got nobody protecting you. Or the camp that you run to is weak as hell and fake as hell. A bunch of wannabe fake ass thugs. The moment somebody go boom, they running. They talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. But they damn sure know how to run when they hear some gunshots. Alright? Like Tekashi 6ix9ine. Oh, he talked the talk. That little midget, he had everybody believing that this is the gangster of all gangsters. Oh, he's the big man. He ain't scared of nothing. They didn't have him incarcerated for 10 minutes before he snitched out everybody. So my point is, you're going to do it the way the universe wants you to do it, or you may spend the next 10, 15, or 20 years of your life going through some bullshit because you tried to do it your way, or you ran when you should have stayed. That's like when I have people that come to me and they find me and they say, oh, I know you're a man of God. Oh, God told me you're a man of God. Oh, I ain't going nowhere. But as soon as some tests come or some temptation come, them same people sell me out. And then they say, hey, God told me to stop listening to you. God, I said, wait a minute. Ain't you the same person that said God told you that I was a man of God? So who's confused? You're God. So this is the stuff you got to put up with. So I'm just trying to tell you how it's really going to go down. I'm showing you in the stars. I'm showing you on everything. But ultimately, you will have to make your own decision. But you're not here just to find... You're not here to manipulate astrology to benefit you. You're here to learn what your life purpose is. And that will benefit you at the end. But you have to have your priorities right. You got to learn how to listen to your chart, listen to the experts, and do what you got to do. The same stuff you see me doing. I'm 100% transparent. Like you saw me, they wanted to talk to me. Now, why did they do it here? Because I'm not reading my horoscope right now because I'm too freaking busy. And somebody came here and knocked me off schedule. I'm way off schedule because of that person, but I was off schedule before they came. So I don't have time. I don't know why Venus was out there this morning the way she was. But now I found out. So that's how they chose to talk to me. And even you got to understand, California, my best friend is in California. They said Sagittarius. My best friend is a Sagittarius. So there's all these messages that are telling me certain things. And I know what those messages are. So this stuff is very real. But you have to bring yourself to its reality. And you can't just use it to benefit from it. Because you're going to have to pay those spirits back that help you get that money. Or get that whatever. Because you didn't do it the right way. So you kind of manipulated them to get what you wanted. And now you kind of, oh, don't manipulate. See, I don't manipulate nobody. I'm straight up front. I don't worry about it. So I'm using my universal right. See, I have a universal right to the stars. I have a universal right to astrology. See, just because some wicked ass people who overthrew the indigenous people, just because they lie, and just because they want you to think they're God, they ain't God. They put on pants just like I do. Who the fuck are them? Fuck them. I don't care. Nobody give a fuck what you talking about. See, I've been trained to not be afraid of them. And that's why I don't worry about that. That's like a gnat flying around in the room. So what? Eventually it'll get too close and I'll spray it and it'll be dead. Just like eventually these people that did what they did, they're going to fall just like Rome fell, just like Greece fell, just like Egypt fell. Anybody else that came thinking they were dictators and ruling everything, they're going to fall like everybody else. So why am I worrying about them? I'm worrying about the people that got the real power, the people that put this in motion. Those are people I call friends and family. It's where your view is at. And the more you get into it, the more you realize what I'm telling you is the truth. But when you just use it to find out, what about mine? What about this? What about that? Then you're still going to have fear. You're still going to be third dimensional and you'll never get it. So what happens is they have to come into your life and make you get it. And that's called Gethsemane. That's called the wine press. When the great Messiah could barely walk, he fell on the ground. The most powerful man on the planet, God in the flesh, falling on the ground, crying, Abba, Father, Abba, and his sweat is turning into tears of blood. And it got so intense that an angel had to come down to strengthen him and remind him of who he was. Because the people he relied on were humans, and you can't rely on no human. They fucked up like any other human. So they all fell asleep. They couldn't help him. So you got to know that stuff because that might be you one day. But if you tap into what you're supposed to be doing, what I'm trying to show you, you'll never have to worry about that because you're already doing what you're supposed to. You're finding out what your true life purpose is. You're moving in line with it. And now when you think of astrology, you think of guidance, not a tool to get what you want. And that's why that movie, Billy Jack's Last Trial, even though it's 3 hours long, is worth it. Because you see the spiritual path that anybody that's going to get to where they need to go has got to go on. I'm on it now. Alrighty. So you're dealing with karmic. You're dealing with your moon sign Aquarius. And you're dealing with the sign of Aquarius. And this is going to be a new moon experience for you. So things may open up for you to come in contact with more people, places, and things that you can assist in some type of way. But like I said, don't get me wrong. Don't let it overthrow you. Because that's what the 12th house is all about. People begin to sacrifice too much. And see, some of these people are not. See, I'm very funny because I've done all this in the 1980s and 90s. You have to be worth my time. Because this has been going on too long. And I've learned you can't just let anybody in. Because you know how many people I helped that stabbed me in the gut and the back? These people, I said, oh, you're a man of God. They were like ass out. These are people I picked up from scums and helped and cleaned up and sacrificed for. And then they got on their 2 feet and stabbed me in the back and left me. So I'm not doing that no more. Who are you? What do you want? And we have to have a mutual understanding. Your time is just as important as mine. So when you deal with the Aquarius, you have to remember those things so that you don't get taken advantage of. You help people, and hopefully they stand up. Maybe they'll help you. But nobody should be taking advantage of nobody or burning anybody out. So now we're going to say the 29th degree in the signs and see what else it says. 29th degree Aquarius. Now, let me just explain that. If you've been in a humanitarian cycle, then it might mean the end. It might mean. But if you haven't been in a humanitarian cycle, that means that's where you're going. Or that's where you should be going. That's where the universe is going to try to push you to. But you may be having problems with friendships, relationships, or in-laws. See, because this is the 9th house ruled by Sagittarius. This is higher laws, higher courts, in-laws, foreign travel. See, these things either come into an end or a significant beginning. It's religion and philosophy, a culture. You might begin to isolate or redefine what you think is a perfect world. You might begin to isolate yourself from people who really don't have your new vision. But sometimes that's necessary because people will pull you down. Like I said, I was a happy, pappy-go-lucky guy. And don't get me wrong, I'm still that guy to a certain degree, just not as naive. But I've been there, done that, and I just know how wicked people can be. Now we're going to do the 29th degree in a planet. And this is how it gets funny. See, it's 29 degrees. It's not really close to the sun or the moon, but it is a new moon that's causing this to happen. And it's not really close to Venus, but they are in the same house. And then somebody says, well, if you're going to do the sun and the moon, you might as well do Neptune too. And I say we should. Because this ninth house at 29 degrees is shaking you up to become more people conscious and more Pisces or spiritual or inspiring conscious. So I think we should do all of those for those reasons. See, sometimes you got to understand what's being said. See, you have the technical approach that Nicodemus tried in John chapter 3. He said, hey, listen, technically speaking, I know what our Messiah should be. It's not you. Technically speaking, I know what the Messiah should do. You're not doing it. Technically speaking, I got the Torah. I got the holy writings. Technically speaking, you're not doing what you're supposed to. You're not celebrating the Sabbath. Technically speaking, you can't be the Messiah. Yet I know you're a man of God. So could you please tell me what's going on here? So Nicodemus said to Jesus the same thing that Billy Jack said to his higher self. Hey, wait a minute, you're me. Could you tell me what's going on here? Because I don't know what the hell's going on. And Billy Jack's higher self said the same thing Jesus said to Nicodemus. That's what your problem is. Instead of letting us guide you and direct you, you're trying to tell us. So they had to tell Billy Jack the same thing they told me. Shut up. And I don't like people telling me to shut up. I think that's rude. Shut up. Then one time it was like his Bible study time. I said, okay. I grabbed the Bible, was ready to go. They said, that's what your problem is. What's my problem? You don't tell us. We tell you. And that's how I learned how to study the Bible. The Bible can speak for it. They tell you it's alive. They call it the living word. They're not joking. I mean, if you really have opened up that Bible will tell you names of people you're dealing with. It'll open up to that. Like you open up the Bible, it'll give you the name of somebody you work with or somebody that's in your life. Like if you ever do it, like if you don't ever open it or use it, you don't know what I'm talking about. But you're dealing with people that are very much competent to show you your life. But sometimes you got to have that Billy Jack journey where you're going to say, nah, because they do it to you. You always got to prove yourself. So sometimes you got to flip it. And that's what you see Moses and God going through. When Moses just got tired of all the BS and drama that's associated with God and God dealing with humans. It's a lot of drama for people to really walk that walk. And Moses got sick of it. So one time God just had to say to Moses, oh, you're doubting me, huh? Tomorrow, now you'll see what I'm about to do. So he's challenging you. You start challenging him because you get sick of it. And then you get to see a whole new experience with the Most High, with the spirit realm. So this is what you're seeing here. Sun, Moon, Neptune, Lilith, Pisces. So let's go. 29 degrees. Well, should I do it that way? Medium Coeli. I don't know. Maybe not. Because they're not really at 29 degrees. But we covered, medium Coeli, what it is. You got a better idea of what that is. And medium Coeli in Aquarius, we covered that. So we'll leave it there. Now, Vesta can also mean isolation, wherever you see Vesta at on your chart, that's where you need to take breaks, because if not, you'll burn out. Vesta is a lot of energy, a lot of fire. Vesta can also mean captivity. Like I said, Vesta and Pisces can mean some form of isolation, either you isolating yourself, but it can mean prison. See, Pisces rules the 12th house. If you saw Vesta in the 12th house, that could mean incarceration. So, in a way, that can also tell you to be careful. Be careful with anything that's Capricornian, because this is the 10th house, or even Pisces, because it could lead to some form of isolation or captivity for some reason. And you might not know what it is, but like I said, where I work at, it's cops all over the place. Got the highway there. It's a lot of plaid. It's a big bank right there. So anything could happen. It could be some type of freak accident, but really there's nothing accidental or coincidental. But that's just a warning, because of Vesta. And see, 16 means I'm going to break it down. 16 means Mars energy coming to break it down. So now we're going to look at a couple of those other things. And like I said, we are almost out of here, but I did have to, because her moon sign is Aquarius, so I had to try to get clarity on that as well. All right, now we're going to look at the number 47. And it looks like 48. Relationship number. So once again, like I said, relationship at the job. Building a relationship that will prosper. 47 is a teamwork and romance number. It's also intuitive. It has to be companionship. Relationship, teamwork, foundation, intuitive, coexistence, pragmatism. 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 All right. So that's saying somebody's coming to make all this happen, make all this work itself out. And wouldn't that be beautiful? But that was the first thing she ever said to me. When I asked her what was she going to do, like what was her goals, and she told me, she said she wanted to like help people, like a nurse or something. See, if only life was that simple. If you could just walk up to somebody with the natal chart and tell them, and they go, oh, well, if it's on the natal chart, I'll do it. And there are some people that do it. Believe it or not, there are some people that would do it. I know that to be a fact. But that doesn't mean it's the person that's in my life. I don't know. But that would be crazy. And there were times I just want to, because I'm like that. I just like to be open. But you can't tell people stuff like that because they think you're fucking crazy and shit. But you got to ask yourself, why would they go to so much trouble writing this stuff and all these numbers and all this stuff and everything they do to show it to you for it to be fake? And that's why these people are so addicted to all these twin flame videos. But then the final question is, why doesn't it happen? I mean, it does happen for the minority, but why doesn't it happen? But I used to be psychotic. Like, I would challenge anybody. I would try anything. And I guess with old age, you stop being so crazy. But maybe I need to go back and try it. Just to say, hey, listen, I tried it for that particular person. It didn't work. And I don't really put Rosa in that category, my twin flame, because I just think she just was messed up. I really do. I just think she was messed up inside, and she wanted to see the knight in shining armor, and she would have opened up, because that's what she did with the other guy. But he hurt her. See, I wouldn't have hurt her. She just didn't understand I was hurt too, so I wasn't gonna open up either. But I wasn't trying to hurt her. But the other guy hurt her. He used her and exploited her and everything. I wouldn't have did that. That's why I try to tell females, try not to think with your eyes all the time. Sometimes you got to fall back and think with your heart. And you got to ask yourself, the moment Rosa went wicked, that only made me not want her even more. Because I had been hurt by people like that my whole life. So I was right. She was wicked. That's why I said she needed to grow up. Because had Rosa stayed the nice person she was in the beginning, she would have, I would have melted. But I always felt like she was two people. Like, I always felt like she was just trying to play me out. And somebody might say, well, your own actions made her be... No, my own actions didn't do anything other than be afraid. My own actions was a guy that didn't want to get hurt. Her actions were wicked. So whoever she was who she was. So I was right, not her. And that's why she's still not in my life, because she's still fighting third dimension. All right, so that's 47. Let's do number 48. Creative expression. Basic business. Money and material acquisition resonate with the number. So what they're telling you with that number for 48, they're telling you if you two just got together, your bills will be taken care of. And they say, who do you think they're talking about? I'm going to be honest, I really think they're talking about the person I work with right now. I don't think they're talking about Rosa. So y'all got to understand something I never told y'all before, something I just kept to myself. I don't want to be the guy. See, y'all got to understand I'm a Leo by nature. Anything in the arts, anything in creation, anything in motivation, I'm an expert at it. It's inept. See, I'm not one of these stupid people that just want to put people down. Like, if I know you're a Leo, I'm not going to try you. I'm already going to know your strong points. You got people on this pathetic planet that want to break you down like they did Joseph. Joseph was the great one, the one anointed, the one sent to deliver Israel. And instead of them embracing their brother and hugging him and kissing him, they tried to kill him. Walk on the planet Earth, the same Earth that killed Jesus Christ, killed the Messiah. So I'm different because I know the energy here. And I'm a warrior. Like, where I come from, we cut people's heads off. Like, you're talking about angels. We don't play. And there's a tarot card reader out here. I forget her name, but she said it one night. She said, listen, she said, when I'm doing a reading, she said, some of y'all got to be careful. She said, because some of your comments are disrespectful. And she said, some of your actions are disrespectful. She said, you're messing with angels. She said, you don't play with that. She said the same thing I did, basically. You're messing with something you don't understand. This is bigger than YouTube. This is bigger than acting goofy on YouTube. You're messing with divine angels. They will cut your head off and won't think twice about it. Not saying they do that. I'll be honest with you. They generally won't do that. But there is a possibility that you could get effed up. And she tried to tell him that. I was happy when she said that, because I already knew that to be true. But I don't want to go up to a female and say, hey, boom, boom, boom. Because first off, it's going to sound silly. But she might believe me. I might say, hey, listen, and show her the natal charts, and she might believe it. But then I feel like that's a lot of pressure. Like, I gotta like make it come true. And somebody says, no, you don't. All y'all gotta do is do what the universe tells you, and it'll work itself out. And I'm like, maybe, maybe not. But then, like, with human nature, even if the universe did their job, there's no guarantee. Especially in a case like that, because y'all gotta understand with soulmates and stuff like that, a lot of times y'all two don't really have nothing in common, other than that y'all are soulmates. And that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody. Like, let's say your soulmate is barely 18, barely 19. The fuck? They got a whole life ahead of them. And you hit them with that. That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody. See, I'm just different. Like, I understand the universe and stuff, but it's just certain things I wouldn't do. Just me. Because that's a burden to put on somebody. Even if they wanted to do it. Because for somebody that's like 19, 20, or 18, they're going to try to do it, but they're too fucking young. Like, they're not going to want to. They're still going to want to go out. And I can't blame them. I'm not mad at them. They should go out. Meet people. Enjoy life. So I think it's stuff like that. And other stuff. You might have other stuff in your life that you still got to get together. That you wouldn't want to bring somebody else in on. So I see it, but I still question it. Plus, I do have other people out here on YouTube that did meet their twins. And like I said, they had great sex and then it went right into separation. So I'm the type of person to say, well, what was that all about? And I have a spiritual background that says, don't fornicate. Fornicators will not inherit the kingdom of God. So then that's when I start to question, well, who's really talking? Because why would you set me up to fail? And to me, if your twin flame is decades younger than you, or your soulmate or whoever, that's setting up to fail. And even a twin flame might have been like 20 years younger than you. Which is a little easier to deal with. But it still ain't easy. So what I do, me personally, I take it one day at a time. Because I do believe this stuff. I wouldn't be out here doing it if I didn't believe it. But when you talk about combining with another person, that's when I say, hey, wait a minute. I spent decades getting away from that shit. Because it just doesn't work, bro. Because for me, it didn't work. Like, I'm not like, if I want to give somebody something, it's 100. It's not playing games with them. It's not breaking them down. It's not hurting them. And that's what people do on planet Earth. They don't appreciate something good. They break people down. They hurt them. They betray them. They'll sleep with somebody else, stupid things. You could be at your job working hard for the woman in your life, and she's home talking to some other motherfucker. Because she thinks somehow, how does she know you're at work? Like, where the fuck do you think I'm at? So you got somebody scheming on you because how do I know he's at work? So they're lonely or whatever and talking to some other guy. Because I know that's a murder. That'd probably be a double homicide for me if I came home and some motherfucker was in my house with my broad. Oh no, that's a dead motherfucker right there. And that's got to be an ass whipping for her. I don't give a fuck. Because that's some fucked up, creepy, fucked up shit. And the funny thing is they're locking me up when you should be locking her up. She's a disloyal one. So this is the stuff we do in third dimensional. And you have to be careful. And that's one thing I've learned to be since I've been here. And like, if you've never been betrayed or hurt, you won't know what I'm talking about. I sound like I'm crazy. But if you've been betrayed and hurt, you're like, yeah, he's not lying. Because, I've been hurt. I worked so hard for this female or whatever. And she destroyed everything. Like, everything I built, she systematically destroyed. And then left me. Went with my brother. My cousin. Went with some old guy next door to us. She just did crazy stuff to hurt me. Because I know that's what Rosa would do. Just crazy shit just to hurt you. Nothing other than that. So you got to see the whole picture. Like, it's a beautiful picture when we do it with the charts. And I show you how somebody really put this together. And it looks beautiful. But nobody wants to answer me why does it go so wicked. So I have to ask myself, am I being set up or is there a reason? And I'm at the point in my life now that I've given so much that I ask. I'm not afraid to ask. I need an answer before I would put trust in that. And if you study your Bible, many times God told somebody to do something. And they said, no, God, because of these reasons, I need more proof. I think it was Gideon or somebody in the book of Judges. Because the angel said, everything is wonderful. And the man said to the angel, no, it's not. How is everything wonderful when the people of God are in captivity? And the angel said, well, God has come to send you to liberate them. And he said, that dude said, I ain't going nowhere until you do this. You got to prove to me that I'm going to be successful. And the angel had to prove it. So I know spirituality. And I know true spirituality. So I deal with that. But I believe this is beautiful. I believe it's wonderful. And what my soulmate friend at my job doesn't understand is I have nothing but the utmost respect for her as a co-worker, and she has gone out of her way sometimes to try to reconnect and shit. But I also got to think more like, where would this go? Even if she wanted to do it, where would this go for her or us? And that's why I tell you, those are those big boom moments. Those are the moments where you wish God would talk. Not just the cards, but God would talk. What do you want me to do with this? Seriously. But what y'all don't understand is, as you do that with the universe begins to realize we can't just tell him anything. Because I remember when I first had them angel cards, those angels stopped talking to me. Because they would say, oh, your twin flame is coming. Oh, yeah, when? Because I was pissed off and I was hurt. And I would be like, when? And I would tell them, I say, don't sit here and tell me my twin is coming and she ain't coming. I would be real mean. And they would stop talking to me for a long time. But I was like, if you're going to sit here and tell me some crap that ain't coming true, be quiet. I don't want to hear it. But don't get me wrong, we got through it. Those are my family, every last one of them. That's why I know all of them by names. I know what house they represent, what energy they're on, Capricorn, what sign and energy they're on. Like, that's family. But we had to get an understanding. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you're strong like that, like the book of Job, he was strong. And the universe will begin to adapt to your strength. But if you're weak and you believe anything that they tell you, then you're going to be running after every video. Oh, no, a twin flame, a new twin flame, a new... And you're going to be like a twin flame. You're going to be like a fat lady on chocolate candy. Every time a piece falls, you're on it. You're on the floor trying to pick it back up and put it in your fat mouth. And you're going to do the same thing with this whole twin flame. You're going to let it obsess you. And you're never going to get victory with obsession. Because nobody likes a puppet. And nobody likes an obsessive person. So sometimes you just got to wait for clarity. Now, if I see her, if she's back, I don't even know if the female's back. If I see her, if she wants to talk, I've been wanting to talk to her. And we'll see. All right. So that was your number 47, 48. And I think we're just about out of here. But we do got to do the Mars and Taurus, because that's very important. Mars and Taurus. I'm just trying to get the chart back. So again, on your chart, let's look at the two charts where their Pisces is. Okay, see, her Pisces is Vesta too. But if you were listening, I already told y'all she probably has a spiritual calling. But she just, as far as I know, she hasn't entered it yet. And that's another reason why she's having career problems and she feels a certain way. Because she has to get with that Pisces. And that's in her 11th house. So your 11th house is like YouTube or Friends Association. But that's like opening up a YouTube channel where you're either doing card reading, angel card reading, or whatever you're doing. And her Palace retrograde usually means, helping the people. And Palace can also be your soulmate as well. But that's again Pisces energy or Aquarius energy, because I believe that's her 11th house. But it's still spiritual, and it's also karmic with 17 degrees. And then that's the number 54. 17 degrees is Saturn, which is also karma. Number 54. So they say in this adventure, like it's the number 9 energy, following your whim or your wit or your intuition. Working with a lot of people, like we already said. So that they're showing her that's what they really want her to do. The chart on the right. Now the chart on the left, we've already covered it. Really, they're pushing her more and more into the Aquarium. That's her moon sign. Remember, the moon used to rule Pisces. And if you notice, the same thing. Pallas is right in the area, and Pallas is in Pisces. So that's how you know I know what I'm talking about. Just like her Pallas to the right is in Pisces. So if they were listening to me, they have a general idea of what the universe is saying. You got to become less Capricornian and more Aquarian, Pisces. But that doesn't tell you to be stupid. That doesn't tell you to quit your job or whatever you're doing. But it does tell you to be more mindful of it. And see, the more you get into this, the more you'll go seeking it. It won't just be me giving you a quick reading or anything. It'll be you getting up and seeking it. Because I keep trying to tell you, I have a great feeling. And this is the feeling that I have. Like these two people may become more into this realm that I'm in. Which is helping people with all this. Because that seems to be where the universe is pushing them. Now, my soulmate, it's really her world. But she'd have to want it. And I'd be able to tell. Like, she's just a different breed. And I respect that. But what she doesn't understand is I don't have time for bullshit. Nor do I have time to bring somebody into my realm, which it took me decades to get my realm where it is. That's why I said now they send them some ugly black piece of shit motherfucker outside my window all the fucking time. I was almost ready to kill him. It took me so much hard work and sacrifice to build this up. So there's no way in hell nobody's coming through those doors. Nobody. This is my solace. But what did I do with it? Helped other people. Y'all got to understand, I was doing this way before Archangel cards. I was doing this at times when I didn't do nothing. But I gave a lot out and gave a lot, didn't get a lot back. And I would spend 6 hours trying to help somebody, and they wouldn't even look at the work when I was done. So that's why when I began to work with the Archangel cards, and they told me, you have bad karma. I said, how can I have bad karma when I'm helping everybody? They said, because you don't never get nothing back. All you do is give, give, give. So that's when Archangels told me to change, and I did. And for the most, I stick to it. Every now and then I do help somebody. But very rarely, you have to understand universal law. You got to respect people's time. And plus, if you expect receive, give. And if you don't understand that basic law, you can't expect the universe to take you seriously. That's like a basic universal law. No matter where you go, it's like that. So now you see the Pisces. Wow. And then it's another karmic degree with Pisces again. So let's look at the number 2. That's Mercury retrograde. Karmic degree. But it's in Pisces of the 12th house. But again, why do you think Mercury chose to be retrograde? Now remember, this whole chart started out with Mercury because Mercury is Hermes. Mercury is Thoth. And I explained that in the beginning, but the Mercury retrograde is communication. You're going to have trouble being understood in the 10th house. Why? Because he's trying to break your 10th house contacts. Because he wants you to rely on spirit to get that. Why do you go to your career? To get finances. So that career could be your sugar daddy. I already told you, your career, wherever you're getting your money from, that's what he's attacking. Because he's trying to force you out of Capricornian or earthly, get my money from this source, and get your he wants you to get your money from the spirit realm, from your spiritual service, which becomes your career. And so he's going to try to cause communication problems between you and the source. Misunderstandings, whatever. Vehicles breaking down, shit just not going your way. Or stuff you work on at work may break down, so they're blaming you. So that's why this is a wake-up call. Because if it starts to happen, hopefully you'll already have a plan B. Don't blame me. This is the way the universe is going. Alright, so this time we can do 29 degrees Mercury and 29 degrees Pisces. But I also want to know what that number 35 is. Knack for business, material accumulation. But again, it's in a spiritual sense. Not in the Capricornian sense, but in the Pisces sense. Like it's a female out here, pink tarot. You'll know who she is. Y'all might know who I'm talking about. When I first saw her, she was in this dark room, and she was just like this female. I want to say girl, but I'll say this female doing tarot cards. And I caught her right at that moment. And then all of a sudden, everybody took a liking to her, and she got so many views, and she had everybody wanting to get a reading and all that. And man, her bank account went boom, like in a matter of days. And she changed everything. She changed how she was talking. She changed. It was all light. I think she moved. I think she moved a few times now, and that her whole thing changed. She went from this humble girl just talking about the cards and life and all, and then all of a sudden it was like boom. So that's the business sense they talking about with number 35. It's a business sense on the spirituality of the cards and stuff like that. It's not a Capricornian going to a 9 to 5 or type of. It's a spirit. But it couldn't have to do with buildings because, like I said, she moved. She got up out of there. She moved to a better location and stuff like that. But 35 does like to have fun. But they can be very real because she can be very real and stuff she says. Realism, building, business, efficiency, balance. And that's what she became. Because she started taking off older videos because she didn't like the way it looked and stuff. She like totally changed like overnight. They say when John Gotti became the boss of the mob, he went from like dressing like a street dude and acting like a street dude. Because that's what he was. He really was a street dude, an enforcer. And he acted more like the Don. He got, did his hair. He always was dressed up. He was more patient when he talked and shit. He like changed overnight. All right. So now 29 degrees Mercury and 29 degrees Pisces. (29 degrees Mercury is in mental faculties. So now you graduated. Like you're now Hermes is going to help you. Your communications is going to be better. Your thought, your business ideas for your business. Because remember, that's what they said about the woman on the right. It's time for her to think about her business instead of somebody else's business. So now they're explaining it. That's what I told you. I basically said I don't know what this means. But as we go further in the chart, maybe we'll get the answers. And I believe we did get them. Now 29 degrees Pisces. The end of subconscious or exiled thinking. What does that mean? You stop blaming yourself. You stop not wanting to see your 12th house or Pisces is your secrets. Remember that. Your 12th house or Pisces is your secrets. See, the one on the right, I know for a fact, wants to hide her secrets. But you got to deal with it. However you're going to do it. But it got to come out and open some type of way and you got to deal with it. Now, I don't know too much about the one on the left. I don't know if she had that problem or not. But I know for a fact the one on the right does. So this person, 29 degrees Pisces, means you had to release yourself from either a physical prison that you put yourself in or something, or a subconscious prison or self-induced prison, or a guilt prison that you put yourself in. So you have to go into a new life cycle, because that old cycle has got to dissolve. But if you're not careful, guess what it says? Suicide or murder is possible with 29 degrees Pisces. But this person on the right, if she committed suicide and killed herself, I will resurrect her and put my foot up her ass. She knows better. So just letting you know, but you don't want to play games. You want to come out of it. You want to come out of the whole thing. You got to let the past go, or you got to at least come to grips with your past so you can move on. All right, so that's it. Now, Aries in the 11th house with Chiron healing, but it's Aries. It's aggressive. Aggressive for people, but you should be. Because, yeah, my Aries is in my 11th house. And Aries in the 11th house means you're actively helping these people. Friends, association, groups, and that's what I do. That's why I said somebody was trying to pay me. And I mean, this is the person always trying to nickel and dime me. But they want my time so much That they're like, but I had a day open. I told them, okay, I finally got a day open, and they weren't there. But that's how it is with me and that other person. It's a lot of game playing. So I told her, I said, listen, I really want that. I said, if you think I don't want what you're offering, I want it, but I have no spot. That's a fact. And I know she's the type of person that wants it right now. So I can't tell her a couple of days because she wants it right now. So I said, oh, there's nothing I can do. All right, so that's the healing that you will do, helping all these other people heal. And then they go number 54. So let's see what number 54 is. I think we already told it. Yeah, we did. Helping other people, but in a fun way. Fun, adventure, humanitarian compassion. So wherever your Aries is, again, that's what they're trying to push it to. That's your first house. And if you notice, your Aries has the Vesta in it. At 57, because we already know what 14 is. Sagittarius energy, temperance. So 57, I'm pretty sure it's going to be similar to what 54 is. Just by the way this reading is going, but I'm still going to look it up. Creative expression, personal freedom, creativity, unexpected creative communication. But see, that's in Aries, and if you notice, the universe is taking that energy and giving it to the people in the 11th house. Imagination, creative communication, wit, sensuality, intuition. But again, you'll be using that primarily for the people in the 11th house. And that's also your ascendant or your rising sign. So they're going to really be trying to take that energy and put it in the 11th house. And her Aries is in the 12th house. But it's still Pisces energy. Because what they're trying to do at the end of the day, what a lot of people don't understand, Pisces is the belief system or the teachings and includes the people. Aquarius is the people. And right now you have a lot of people meeting together. Like you have the Quakers. Now some of the Quakers say, hey, we're spiritual people. We believe in Jesus Christ. But a lot of Quakers say, well, no, I'm more into yoga. I'm more into like India beliefs. But they're all called Friends or Quakers. So that's what you're seeing with these two houses. Because see, I have a method to my madness. I'm always teaching. But what I try to do is get the people motivated. The person that says, hey, listen, I believe in astrology and I'm New Age and love is light. But I don't necessarily believe in that spiritual stuff, that biblical. I don't believe it. I think that's a fabrication from the powers that be. So I'm able to teach in such a way that, and using metaphysics, that I can wake some people up. Because they start to go, yeah, well, why does the sun come up in the sky? And they begin to see it is a metaphysical, spiritual connection that goes all the way to India. There's no division. There's only a division if you allow it to divide. But if you're like me, it's all one. See, this beast has no power over this way. As far as mentally speaking, he can't play those stupid ass games on me that he's playing with everybody else. You can't divide shit. Don't believe nothing you talking about. No, you're a liar. You're destined for hell if you don't repent. So you can keep talking that crazy stuff you're talking, but people that are awake know that you're a foul liar that's about to be judged and we'll never ever see you ever again. Just like Moses said in Exodus chapter 14, these people that you see that have oppressed you all these years, they're about to be destroyed. You're not going to see them again. No, never again. So we don't talk about, we don't waste our time talking about them. We talk about what the universe is saying, what God is saying, what the oneness is saying. And that's our power that we will never abdicate. So what I'm trying to tell you is don't be so technical that you think there's a difference right now between Aquarius or Pisces. I'm telling you, the universe is bringing it all together. One. All right. And her 12th house has a lot of retro, a lot of things that haven't healed. Retro. But she's got to use her warrior skills to deal with it. And see, Jupiter retrograde is not a bad thing. Jupiter retrograde just questions belief systems and things like that, but that's good. And her Jupiter retrograde will also connect to her Sagittarius, where that is, and all her 12th house and her 8th house are a lot alike. They're working together, believe it or not. And she has the guardian angel Jupiter in the 12th house, which means she'll always have finances. No matter what happens, she has to remember that, especially when she taps into her Pisces assignment. Because the more she helps people, the more Jupiter is going to bless her. And Jupiter used to rule Pisces. So did the moon. The moon used to rule Pisces. Now Neptune rules Pisces. So she's got all those planets in significant places on her chart. See, that's what she has to look at and believe it. Because when she looks at that and believes it, she's going to start to be like me. Fuck them motherfuckers at her job. Who cares? They're not the universe. That's a limited area that she's allowing to bully her. She's got to get to the point where she taps into her real power. And she's got to get to the point where she stops being afraid of going into her darkness and dealing with that dark self. And that's what the darkness and the pain and the hurt. And that's what the trial of Billy Jack was all about. You got to shake it off and go into that deep. And that's why your Bible is always saying God is throwing people in the deep. God is always talking about the deep because don't nobody want to go into the deep because we don't want to deal with it. But we have to if we're going to heal so that we can get to our mission here on earth and help other people heal too. So that's Aquarius. And finally, Taurus. Mars. And you, because we already did Uranus at 0. Okay, well that's Uranus at 0 degrees and Taurus. But we really already talked about Uranus. Because in the case of this reading, the 8th house and the 12th house are a lot alike because it's dealing with secrets. So when you see Uranus and Scorpio, like they both have it, for the sake of this particular reading, it's the same thing as saying Uranus in the 12th house. Because this particular reading is connecting the 8th house and the 12th house, the 11th house and the 12th house with Pisces. So that upset is a shaking. A shaking. So you really want to be informed. Now, Minister Paul says 37 means war. Mars is usually a planet of war, but Mars can also be a planet of intensity. "13" we know is the death card. This is the first time I'm saying it, but the 13 is a death card, which is Scorpio energy as well, and Mars used to rule Scorpio. But what that really means is great transformation. But something does have to go in order for that transformation to be. Will it be a job? I don't know. Will it be you? Yeah, because maybe you need to change. Especially if you've been hearing me say it over and over again. You got to face it. You got to face it. Something's got to change. And so you make it hard. Like, I'm not saying you will, but let's just say you did get fired. First thing you're going to do is try to blame God. You might try to blame me. You might try to blame yourself. But really, this has been coming for a while. Did you work on anything that you were supposed to be working on? Because maybe if you did, it wouldn't have happened. Because when you don't work on it, the universe has got to do something drastically to force you to start to make some moves. Even if it's baby steps, at least now you're moving. Whereas before you weren't moving because you were comfortable because you had a job and you like astrology and you like Gary, but you're not willing to make any type of commitment to nobody. But you'll make a commitment to that job. But they need you to be where you're supposed to be. So that's why these things may happen. But let's hope they don't, if that's what you want. So Uranus is going to cause a shakeup in the 12th house. That's Neptune, Pisces energy. But it's also going to affect your 8th house on both of these charts, to the left and the right. The destroyer, so Mars is going to shake something up to destroy something. And 37, let's see what 37 means. Minister Paul says it means war. $37 is a do-it-yourself kind of number. Highly independent and creative. Again, telling you you got to go into your own business. Independent. Likes to have fun, but it has to be creative fun. Independence, exploration, not afraid to move on. Creative self-expression, introspection, because you still have to go into the 12th house, which is introspective. Go into yourself just to find out what's going on. But it doesn't mean you have to hide out there or hide out who you are or don't deal with your pain and your problems. It just means that you go to yourself to get answers or what you want to do. Self-determination and optimism. So Mars in Taurus to me means he's going to shake it up. And remember, Taurus is the Pope card, the Hierophant card, and he could marry people too. So this is a spiritual teacher, meaning that spiritual teacher could be you. And it might even mean the Pope of the Catholic Church. He might get shook because, like I said, he really wasn't doing nothing about these pedophiles and stuff like that. So they finally threatened him. Because he thought we were in the same era that we used to be in, when these priests could do whatever they wanted, never go to jail, and just get sent to another diocese or wherever to molest more children. Well, we're not in that era no more. Some of these popes are going to jail. They're being exposed. Out here in New Jersey, they put all those popes on, these priests on blast. I'm saying pope, but I meant priest. Out here in New Jersey, they made a whole list. And these men had jobs in hospitals and stuff, and they lost their jobs immediately. Some of them quit immediately because they were exposed. So you're not just going to molest children anymore and get away with it. Like I said, I'm working with on Road to Recovery out here in New Jersey, Mr. Hobson, Robert Holtzen. And I give donations when I can. And I help the children. And so we don't, and Mr. Holtzen used to be a priest, a Catholic priest. And he saw what was going on. So he said, I'm going to tell. And they said, no, you're not. Keep it, you better not tell. And he told, and he left the Catholic Church. So I don't talk to him about spirituality, although I wish I could, because I think he's hurting, but I think he doesn't want to talk about it. And but I let him know it's not. I said, Mr. Holtzen, in 2019, all these priests are going to be exposed, and I just gave him a prophecy, and all of it's coming true. Little did I know it would be New Jersey that's leading the what I just knew in my spirit, that their time is up, because that's the worst crime you can do anyway, is anything to a child. So when I see Mars in Taurus, that's what I see. But let's look it up real quick. Like I said, we're finally out of here. I know this was a long video. Now they want to go sexual for some reason. Everybody is talking about Mars and Taurus. Alright, this is Cafe Astrology. I usually don't use Cafe Astrology for stuff like this, but I'm going to do it this time. Mars in Taurus is slow and steady to win the race. They're not known for their speed, but for their staying power. but they can have powerful tempers when they're overly provoked. And they generally don't fly off the handle as quickly as others unless Aries is prominent in their chart. And when Aries is your ascendant, that would mean Aries is prominent in your chart. So that would be the chart on the left. Mars and Taurus people value strength and stability. They are driven by security and an especial fondness of personal possessions. Most are not afraid to work for what they want. There is an overall patience with Taurus and Mars. They don't mind waiting years to achieve their goals. They're very sensual people. Some are slow to arousal, but theirs is an earthy and powerful sensuality. Most have well-defined long-term goals and the determination to achieve them. They generally don't take on too many projects at once. So they say if you call a Mars and Taurus person and say, hey, I'm going shopping, come on out with me. They say if a Mars and Taurus person has gone home and took off the shoes to relax, that they ain't going nowhere. I don't know if that's true. My brother-in-law ain't like, well, my brother-in-law is a Taurus, but he's not like that. He loves to go. Like he's a perfect man to have, because he's everything my sister wants. Everything. He goes shopping with her. You name it, he'll do it. He's like the perfect guy for a female. But he's married, ladies, so step back. They say that a Mars and Taurus person may not be adaptable. You can't rush a Mars and Taurus person. But they're quite reliable with strong personalities. They are worth the wait, it says. Now they says sexuality of Mars and Taurus, but I already talked about that a little bit. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that. Oh, it doesn't take that long. Okay, Mars and Taurus. The sexual nature involves all of the senses, touch, smell, supremely important to these lovers. These are the most physical of sexual partners. They love physical contact. Because they say a lot of Tauruses love to eat, love to have sex, and they usually look good. Plus, they're magnetic. Abstaining from sex is difficult for a Taurus. They have sexual stamina doing lovemaking, steady. They are natural and physical when having sex. They intellectualize their sex. No, they don't intellect. I take that back. They don't intellectualize their sex because that would baffle them. Because they want it to be natural and physical. All right, but now you got to ask, why was that necessary in this placement? Well, maybe the sex partner helps them destroy. Because see, remember, the 12th house is the house of secrets. But that's why I said this whole Pope thing and priest stuff has something to go with that too. And when Uranus comes, Uranus upsets everything. You know, it just comes out of nowhere. So they're not really conjunct like they could be. But let's try Uranus conjunct Mars. Because this is an unexpected upset. All right, we're gonna go to Dark Star Astrology because believe it or not, that's where I got my new moon information from part 1. So I think it's apropos. Mars conjunction Uranus is a sizzling combination that produces excitement, fireworks, electricity. It is a person who loves a shock. They may literally shock others unintentionally as they tend to be live wires. So this might be a motivator. See, he's like the resurrector. Because 13 degrees will destroy, but Uranus conjunct Mars will bring it back to life. Spring it back to life. Outside, this person might be mild-mannered, but inside they're frizzling balls of energy. They say they'll jump easily if you walk into a room. If you walk into a room suddenly, a Mars conjunct Uranus personal jump. They spook easily. Because their body might be present, but their mind is usually in another, they say, galaxy entirely. The bump back down to Earth can be quite a jolt. They tend to be spaced out a good deal of the time and find it hard. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. So they're like receivers. They're like transmitters and receivers. See, this one is like I know it took a lot of time for me to get through this, but I think this is probably one of the most important houses. Because I'm telling you, it has something to do with the Catholics, the priests, with the wrong sexuality. Because see, the 12th house is the house of confinement. This is buildings and prisons and courthouses, but it's also prostitution and sexuality. It's dark secrets. It don't stop. This is karma. This is endings. So I think they're using a different type of energy to get you motivated. A different type of energy to bring the pedophile priests and whoever else to judgment. And remember, Taurus is ruled by Venus, and so is Libra. And Libra is also about judgment. But it also is that energizer for people who maybe like they want to just work a job. They don't want to have their own YouTube channel. Sun and Scorpio. Or something like that. They don't want their own YouTube channel. They don't want to be their own bosses. They don't want to trust the universe. So somehow this Mars and Taurus energy is going to force them to do it. Because like I said, that's how Pink Terror started. She was in that room. She was in that room. It was dark. She had a lot of darker videos. She was just in the hood chilling. I don't know if she was in the hood or not, but that's what it looked like. She is just chilling. She never knew. She never knew her shit was going to blow the fuck up like it did. Then all of a sudden, she blew up, and the moment she saw it, that's what she became. Stimulated, like Mars, stimulating that ass. She became a businesswoman. She was going off. So that's what I see. Because I'm basing this placement on everything else we studied. Now, her ascendant is Taurus. But look at it. It's at 13 degrees. So she's already ready, whether she knows it or not. She just needs Mars to step it up. Now, her Mars on her chart is at 39 degrees. So let's check that out. And like I said, we are almost out of here. I'm just trying to figure this out. Creative, independent, family, which we already said, tolerant, humanitarian, and idealism. And ironically, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Now look at the chart. Because that's family, 39 degrees. And Mars. So that's going to be one thing that motivates her to do it, is family. Who or whatever that family might be. And that in itself is karmic. Because it was Mars and family in the third house that seems to be part of her secrets. And that Saturn in her fourth house of family with Leo seems to be part of her secrets. So now in the 12th house of secrets, it's kind of like a rebirth because of the Mars energy. And then her Mars is in Taurus at 53 degrees. And so is her Juno, her Chiron, because her second house is a stellium, because she has 4 more what astrology calls planets. So her second house is a stellium with Venus, Mars, Mercury, and the Sun. So they may even be implying that the Mars energy is a human, or your soulmate or your twin soul that causes this stimulation. It could even be somebody, let's just say it is your sugar daddy, and y'all break up or whatever happens, but it forces you to take what I'm saying a little bit more seriously, because you got to pay bills. So let's get to 53 degrees, which should be the last thing we do tonight. Well, let's do Venus is there too. Venus at 48. So we want to do 48 and 53. And I want to make sure both those numbers are right, so give me a second. 48 for Venus, 53 for Mars. And they're both in the same house, and they're both conjuncted each other. And that's the whole men are from Mars, women are from Venus. 53 for Mars. A realist, balanced expression of personal freedom, creative self-expression, business, and curiosity. So that could be alluding to her own business. Venus at 48. Creative self-expression, social interaction, pragmatic business, inspiration, conscientiousness. So it's almost like the masculine and the feminine working together for business, possibly even realism. And like I said, it could even be, I'm just saying sugar daddy, but it could be any other Taurus energy. They may decide that's a wise endeavor. Because I know my sister's very business minded, but she was going through something one time, and she did request a natal chart, which I did. And then one time she was even more interested in what I was talking about, because her life was changing, something was going on in her life. But see, my sister's highly metaphysical. See, some of these women that seem like they don't have no interest in this, it's because they've done it in a previous life. And that's why, like, even my best friend in California, she has no interest, and she never really did. She knew about it, but she always wanted to work. But every time she tried to get a job, she get hurt her health. So these people don't want to go back to the metaphysics, even though they know it. Because my younger sister, a lot of stuff she told me was metaphysical. But they don't really have a desire. They'd rather work for somebody. So what happened? Same thing with my younger sister. So she was having issues. Let me tell you what happened with her. Like my Dukes mentioned it. My Dukes was like, oh, something. So I jumped on, I went on a prayer website. I was asking everybody to pray. And somebody immediately wrote me back. That never happened. They were like, tell her Archangel Michael said, I said, man, that's weird. Because that particular website, that never happened. But almost as soon as I posted it, somebody read it and said, tell her that Archangel Michael said. So I told her, I was like, yo, somebody just said, okay. And she was like listening. Like she was listening, like she would do this. She would do this type of work. Which I know before she wouldn't have. So life does change and people do change. So if you think people won't do it, they will. And when they see how it really does pay off, it really does pay those bills. And like me, you know, I've been told millions of times, man, your prices are way too low. But that's because like I'm from the suburb, but I was always in the hood. Like my whole family was always in the hood. Like, you have to understand, when you ain't from the hood, you can't just be in the hood because you can get your ass kicked. But my whole family used to be in the hood. All my sisters, me. And I was like the nerd. And I was still in the hood and shit. So I understand that everybody ain't got money and whatever. And then some people got money, but it is what it is. So that's how I see it, you know. I know what it's like to be broke. But I also know how important it is. So I try to help people as much as I can, but I'm realist. Like, you ain't just going to get over. Because that's how I was. I was letting people get over on me in the beginning because I didn't know no better. But now I understand. You know. So we try to work it out as much. Because one person contacted me and she said, I'm a tarot card reader. She said, let me do a reading for you and you do a reading for me. I said, hold up. I said, okay. But if you notice, my readings are all encompassing, comprehensive, and thorough. I said, so if you do a reading for me, I expect the same thing. You ain't going to give me no weak-ass reading, and I done gave you. So then I ain't hear from her for a minute, and then she just paid. And I was kind of like laughing, because I like, first she ain't want to pay. I said, okay, we could do it that way, but make sure it's thorough. Then all of a sudden she just paid. I don't know what her motivation was. But then I helped her. She was like, well, help me. She said, help me learn astrology. I said, well, I do help. I said, I help everybody learn astrology. I said, all my videos are me talking step by step. If you're taking notes, if you really want to learn, there's no way you can't learn. Some people don't learn because they just impatient. And then they be trying to tell me you didn't cover. Yes, I did cover it. You just ain't listening because you want me to do it your way. But I'm not going to do it your way. I'm going to do it the universe's way. I just had an issue with somebody where I said, hey, take it back. I don't even want to do business with you. You ain't controlling nothing over here. It's going to be done the universe's way. You got time to do nails. You got time to get your hair done. If you got time to do all that stuff, you got time to listen to these videos. You don't have to do it in one setting. And plus, like the person on the left, they're all year long. So even if they don't hear everything in one video, I'm with them all year long. They pay for all year long I'm doing it. So they're going to get it. You got to figure out a way to make it work for you. My job is to make sure I'm thorough and complete every time. So then I gave it a free report, which totally explains astrology. So she was happy she got that. And I don't know if she used it, but then there's a person out here on YouTube that shows you how to read tarot cards, which she does already anyway. But then it could help her become even better. Because really, you can, just like I be using angel cards to get people's time of birth, you could do it with tarot cards too. You just got to know the tarot cards. All right, so I think I went in, and I still feel happy about New Year. I'm a little tired, I admit, but I still feel happy about the new moon. I think it's going to be a good thing. And if that female is still in my job, because to my knowledge, she's gone. They took her off the schedule and everything. And last time I saw her, like she was looking at me, but she didn't speak. I didn't even know she was there because she wasn't on the schedule. But sometimes she comes in because, like I said, she runs that department. She's not a manager or anything, but she's that good. So she always comes in to help and give advice. And I was walking around, And I felt her looking at me. So I looked right over into her apartment, and she was there. But for whatever reason, she didn't speak. But she's like that. You know, she's like that. Like sometimes she'll speak, sometimes she won't speak, and then other times she'll go out of her way to talk. But I really like. I always really liked her from day one. And I kind of wish we did talk more. But I like to be honest with people, because I want to know where we stand. And like I said, I'm not trying to take somebody that young into this, because this is real. This is deep shit. But she, you know, some people surprise you. But I would do it at her pace, you know, whatever her pace was. But we have to get past it. Like there has to be a level of maturity on her part, and she has it, because she runs that whole department by herself. But we have to get past the bullshit and really talk. And you know, she might surprise me. She might be ready for it. So I might try again to talk, but I can't talk the way I talk to some people. They may think I'm crazy, but no, I know this stuff to be real. You just don't know how powerful astrology is. You don't know how powerful the cards are and stuff. But I do. So I'm not going to talk to you on your level, because your level's weaker than mine. You're not going to make me feel stupid because you don't believe it. You're the stupid one because you won't put time into it to learn it. I'm not stupid, you are. So I'm not going to be the stupid one. I refuse. So when I talk to her, it'll be humble, but I'm not going to water nothing down. And if she's interested, she'll have to do whatever she needs to do to get on board, if that's what she wants. But I'm also going to be mature enough to realize that she might not be what she wants at that time. I don't know. But if that's what the universe wants me to do, I'll give it another shot. That is the end of this video. Again, all my services out here. I think I got a sale out here, and I just put it out there. Look on the channel. I'm so busy right now, I don't remember everything, but I do remember organizing something. I don't fully remember everything, because my mind's in a billion freaking places. I gotta get ready to run downstairs, get ready for work tomorrow. I don't even know if I'm on the schedule, because somebody came back and fucked everything up. But that's the drama queen. But it's okay. It's okay. It's part of the universe. So make sure you have the most recent services offered and price list. That stuff's on there as well. It's been a pleasure. God bless.